Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on ACPS TV and streamed on ACPS YouTube channel. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Please pause for the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Please stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we please remain standing for a moment of silence. I ask you to join now because this is the board's last meeting of the 2022-2023 school year. During this year, we have lost a number of students. Thank you. If you are not already aware, our talented design and print team has put together a slideshow remembering those we have lost. If you have not seen it, I encourage you to go to wacps.org/YouTube and view it. Thank you. This brings us to item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Do I have consensus? Thank you. Item 2.04, establish agenda order. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adopt the agenda as written.
Second.
Do I have consensus? Thank you. Item 2.05, recognitions. Dr. Bedell.
All right, thank you, Madam President, and good evening to all who are here today in person and those who are viewing via the online tool. Zach McGrath is our, 50th or 49th student? 49th student board member, and for those of you who may not be aware of that, student board members in Anne Arundel County have full voting rights, the only school district in the country to provide that type of opportunity for our students. And so for me, completing my first year as superintendent, it's been an honor to sit next to you, to go over to Severna Park and do our quarterly meetings and all of these other extracurricular activities that we've done. We've had an opportunity to just talk about life and the things that we believe we need to do to make this world a much better world. With him getting ready to move on to Penn, there's no doubt in my mind that this guy is going to be a future rock star, just as many of our other student board members who preceded him. And so what I want to do is present to you a couple of items to take away with you as you get ready to move on with your post-secondary career and your post-secondary ventures. So first and foremost, you can see we have this collage of pictures for you to hang up in your dorm room. And show off. And
that'll make me real popular, just having a picture of myself.
This
Yes,
right
it will.
here might be the mic drop moment in your dormitory to have this reserve parking student member of the board, so one of your special privileges. So listen, we're proud of you, and we're going to miss you, man. Appreciate it. All right.
And now I would like to invite Ms. Schalheim to offer some other things to Mr. McGrath.
Yes. But before I do, I think it goes without saying that we've developed a friendship over this year, and
I respect you deeply, and you will be missed. You're gonna do wonderful things in your next adventures at Penn, and we're all gonna miss you. But especially me. So yes. And I took up a little collection, the board, and so that is for you. There's a card in there and some gifts. You can open it now or you can open it later. It's your choice. And yeah, just we wish you well, and thanks for being such a great contributor to our board.
Thank you so much.
Before we continue, I see some other lights. So, Ms. Corkadell?
I know we have a lot on the agenda, so I will be briefer than I would like to, but which is really hard for me, by the way. But I learned something from every single student member of the board, something different, something that makes me a better person. And I think for you, one of the biggest things I learned is the compassion to the individual, that despite any differences, the first one to stand for the human individual when conflict arises, and to remind everyone of how much each one of us is capable of. That is the making of a true leader. And I know Penn is going to complement your strengths and help you build resiliency in those things that you want to improve on. Most importantly, the following of one's passion that I already know that you have in your heart to pursue. Don't ever give it up. Even when you start adulting out there. Thank you so much for all that you've done for our board. And also thank you for your leadership as the chair of the Equity Committee. And your final report, I'll say congratulations in advance. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. You came here seemingly without an agenda other than get things done for our students. And that's what you've done. You rolled up your sleeve, you get right to business. You're very thoughtful about when, to have something to say. You don't speak just for the sake of speaking. And so everything you say is impactful. And UPenn is going to be very, very lucky to have you. I'm very sorry to see you go. I appreciate your friendship. And I also wanted to say someone with your wit is going places, and I can't wait to see.
Thank you. I believe the next light was Ms. Dent.
I thought she was going to say the best for last, but I'll leave the last comments to you. I just want to say shout out to your parents. Amazing job. You should give yourself a round of applause. I know wholeheartedly what it means to be a military brat. I have 3 of them. But I will tell you that you did something sitting beside me that continues to keep my faith in young adults. And I know that the world is in a better place when it's in our young adults' hands. I, again, tell people often, I served the military as your father did for well over that many years.
Yeah.
And I never, ever worried about our military because it's ran on people from 18 to 25 years old. And you, my friend, is one of those people that continues to give us confidence to know that we are in a better place. So it's been my honor to sit beside you, and I'm not going to tear up. It's been my honor to sit beside you, but also to listen to your advice and wise counsel that you've given this old lady. So thank you for being not only renewing my faith, but just being a good steward for all of the students in AACPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
Excellent job, and we are going to miss you incredibly. You have done a tremendous job of listening and getting to the heart of issues. And we are absolutely going to miss you. And I especially appreciate your wit and your musical interests.
Mr. Silkworth.
Well, I don't know about the musical interest, but I can tell you that we're going to miss this young man. I've been around a few years, and we have been so blessed to have had SMOBs who have been absolutely superb, stupendous. I wrote down a few adjectives about Zach. Awesome, amazing, impactful, caring, compassionate, inspirational, intuitive, insightful. And he's going to be a Nittany Lion. He's going to be a great Nittany Lion. I would like to thank your parents as well, because I know they have sacrificed a good bit to make this year possible for you. And you know what? This school system is in a better place today after having had the student leadership of this young man. Zach, your year has been an exceptional one. You can be proud that you represented your fellow students very, very well. And we wish you the best of luck. And I have to tell you, over the course of the past few years, we've had some SMOBs who, during some of our meetings, who have really been a tough act to follow. And we actually had a moment like that earlier in our closed session today because of Zach. So Zach, congratulations. Best of luck. Zach, stay safe.
Thank you. So I guess the last word, and I want to say thank you, Zach, for everything you've done this year. It's been a great pleasure. It's nice to have a partner in mischief. Thank you also to your parents. I know it's a lot to support this kind of activity, and we appreciate it. I also want to say I wrote, I believe, in a letter of recommendation that was quoted earlier in another event, that you have often been one of the most unifying voices on this board, and sometimes one of the most mature. And I want to thank you for that, because that's extraordinary work. And so I wish you all the best. This board wishes you all the best. You leave as one of a very few who have had this experience to be a student member with full voting rights. And you have executed your duties very, very well. And I believe we have one more little gift from the board. So I will give you that. Again, if you wish to open it now, you may. If you want to see what it is.
Oh, thank you so much. It's thank you. It means a lot. Appreciate it.
Something to carry with you, again, to make you super popular in your dorm.
Yeah, that's what they say. It's like you need like a cool car and a cool clock.
Yeah,
No,
really.
it's great. No, thank you. But speaking seriously, I have been quite lucky to have served on this board at this time with people that I have served on. I want to thank each and every single one of you for the lessons you've taught me. I want to thank my parents, my brother here all the way from London. It's great to see you. That was a bit of a surprise to see him. And I just also want to thank people who aren't here. Delegate Shanika Henson, who has been one of the most influential mentors in my life. Sorry, I got a bit emotional, I promised I wasn't going to. Out of respect for the public's time, I also want to thank every single one of you. Your advocacy for your children and the people in your community has frankly been inspiring, and what inspired me to get on the board and work so hard. And I just want to thank each and every single one of you. It has been the honor of a lifetime. And au revoir, I guess. To steal a phrase from Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to section 3, public comments on agenda items. This is one of the opportunities that the board provides to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. The members of this board appreciate hearing from interested citizens. As appropriate, we will refer your concerns to the superintendent for follow-up by his staff. The board will hear public comment from up to 10 total speakers, a combination of virtual and in-person, per agenda item, excluding personnel items, reports, and recognitions, during a single public comment section in the early portion of the meeting. The board will hear public comment from up to 10 total speakers on items not on the agenda, excluding any student-specific or personnel items, near the end of the meeting. The link to register to comment before the board opened at 3 p.m. This says on the Friday prior to this meeting. This is a little off because this is a Monday meeting, which is not our general practice. Registration closed at noon on, in this case, the Saturday prior to the meeting. Speakers may sign up for no more than 2 agenda items, but only once on any individual agenda item. For any item with more than 10 registered speakers, the board will employ a lottery process to select the speakers. Registrants who secure a slot to speak were notified by email at the email address they provided when they registered. All speakers will be allotted 2 minutes and must address the specifics of the agenda item for which they sign up. No speaker substitutions will be permitted. If your name is called and you are not present, we will move on to the next speaker. For anyone who was not selected to speak at today's meeting, you may email your comments to the board office at boardoffice@aacps.org. While we encourage public input on policies, programs, and practices within the purview of the board and the school system, this is not the proper forum to address specific student or employee matters or to comment on matters that do not relate to public education in Anne Arundel County. We encourage everyone to utilize existing dispute resolution processes as appropriate. I remind everyone that any inappropriate personnel remarks or other behavior that disrupts or interferes with the conduct of this meeting are out of order. Persons using language that is threatening or promotes violence against members of this body or Anne Arundel County Public School employees are subject to legal penalties. Persons who otherwise disrupt or disturb this meeting will not be allowed to continue their remarks and will be asked to leave the meeting. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking. Handouts should be given to the board assistant. I ask that speakers observe the 2-minute clock. A yellow light will shine when you have 30 seconds remaining, and a tone will sound when your time has expired. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the tone. If you continue after your time has expired, the microphone will be turned off. It could also be turned off if a speaker addresses specific student or employee matters or are commenting on matters not related to public education in Anne Arundel County. So with that, I will call our first speakers. Speaking on item 6.08, policy revision, third reading, opening and patriotic exercises, code IKA. We'll now call Mr. John Fogarty, Ms. Kristen Caminiti, Alexa Sciuto, and Dana Schultz. If you would please come forward and take seats. So, Mr. Fogarty, you can go first.
Good evening, Council. My name is John Fogarty. I am a parent of two students, two 8-year-olds in Windsor Farm Elementary and a 11-year-old in Severn Rivers. So I'm standing before you today to just voice my support for the county's policy mandating, emphasizing the display of the flag in all classrooms. Firmly believe, and I believe it is relevant. Yes.
This is opening and patriotic exercises,
Yes.
this policy?
Yes. After speaking with Mr. Crozier this afternoon, this morning, it was. So I believe that the flag, right, which is stated in that particular policy, is a uniting symbol rather than a divisive one. And it represents the core principles and values of our nation, and then just the principles that our nation was founded on. At times when we all know this, our society is facing numerous challenges and divisions. It's essential to embrace those symbols that remind us of the shared heritage and aspirations. The flag embodies the ideals of liberty, justice, equality, and yes, equity for all. It's a visual representation of the struggles and triumphs that have shaped our nation's history. Frederick Douglass, a great Marylander, an influential abolitionist, stated, "I have seen the American flag in the hands of the oppression, and I have seen it in the hands of the oppressed." These words, especially in Maryland, encapsulate the transformative power of our American flag. It's been a beacon of hope for those seeking freedom and a catalyst for positive change throughout our history in Maryland and America. By displaying the flag in every classroom, we send a powerful message of unity, reminding students that their shared values and common purpose serves a constant reminder that despite our differences. And I would urge the council to support this particular piece of legislation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Caminiti.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Caminiti, and I'm the mom to 4 AACPS students. As this school year ended, my kids were genuinely sad. Tears were shed and big emotions were felt. They each had an amazing year filled with wonderful teachers, good friends, and meaningful experiences, and they were sad to see it come to an end. So the other day when my 8-year-old said, "It feels good to not be in school every day," I was surprised. I said, "Why is that?" And he said, "I'm so glad we don't have to start every day with the Pledge of Allegiance. It makes me feel weird." I chuckled to myself, thinking, is he purposely giving me content for this testimony? But anyone who knows my 8-year-old knows he is nothing if not genuine. So I knew he was sharing his honest feelings. Knowing the pledge makes him, as well as my 2 oldest kids, uncomfortable wasn't new to me. We've talked a lot about it over the years. They've expressed how it doesn't feel genuine to try and make an entire group of kids stand and say something they may not believe. They've asked, why does it include the word God? We aren't a religious family, so that part feels particularly uncomfortable to my kids. They've asked great questions about the phrase, "with liberty and justice for all," because they know not everyone in the U.S. experiences the same liberty and justice. In all of these conversations, my husband and I have validated their feelings and questions. We've talked about how they can be respectful during the Pledge of Allegiance without having to do things that make them uncomfortable. We've talked about how the flag and the pledge carry tremendous meaning for many folks. We've discussed what that meaning is and why it is so important to so many people. And so, despite their own discomfort, they understand the value these opening exercises hold for so many people. And because there is no ill intent at all in having an American flag in every classroom, we would never seek to change state law or impose new policies just because they feel uncomfortable. If only all children and adults could learn that their own discomfort or lack of understanding is an opportunity to gain understanding. Because I do understand this, as do my children, we fully support this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexa Shuto? I hope I pronounced that correctly.
You did. I'm very impressed. Good evening, members of the board and all attendees. My name is Alexa Shuto, and I'm an educator in Maryland. I stand before you this evening to give my comment on item 6.08, which ensures the right of every student to have the opportunity to honor the American flag daily. I fully support the protection of all students' First Amendment rights. The First Amendment, however, is a two-sided coin. While it guarantees us the right to speak freely, it also includes the inherent protection from compelled speech. So, the right of any participants should be respected and not questioned if somebody does not want to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. While the United States flag represents our nationality, which is the one thing we all share, it is not all inclusive, and no one symbol could ever encompass what it means to be an American, because to be an American means so many things, and that is something that makes our country great. Further, if all teachers are required to display an American flag, every effort should be made to ensure that each school has the necessary supplies. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Schultz.
Dana Schultz. I strongly express my support for opening patriotic exercises. As a USAF combat veteran with bachelor's and master's degrees and 20 years experience in classical education, I respectfully request that you vote in favor of the policy. Now more than ever, students need to be taught the American values and patriotism declared in our simple pledge while showing respect to our beloved flag, proudly displayed in each classroom. We are the United States, a republic protecting inalienable rights, and our flag represents liberty and justice for all, meaning all. Our children deserve classrooms to be safe spaces from those who seek to divide and categorize with political, ideological messages. AACPS can ensure our children find commonality in each other by prominently displaying the flag of the United States of America in every classroom, the symbol of unity for our country and for all Americans. As a combat veteran, I fought beside red, white, yellow, black, and together we represented the United States. In combat, we worked together in unity, or we died. Some of my friends died because of these attacks against our freedom, liberty, and justice. And to the republic, we are a constitutional republic, meaning all people are represented and no person is marginalized. A republic protects our inalienable rights given to us by God. We must stand on our rights and not give them away. When we declare liberty and justice for all, our flag represents all. And when I look at the flag, I see the faces of my friends who gave their all. AACPS has the opportunity to unify students, uphold liberty and justice for all, and show appreciation and honor for combat veterans like me, as well as those who bravely gave the ultimate sacrifice of their lives, like my friends.
Thank you. All right, I will call that. You may go back to your seats. I will call the next group of speakers. Speaking on item 6.09, policy revision, second reading, display of flags, code IS. I hope I get this correct, Z. Goodman, I believe, Sydney Kucharo, Tarek Farouk, and Janelle Connolly. Please come forward. Did I pronounce that
Yes.
correctly? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Z. Goodman. My pronouns are they, Z, and I'm a recent graduate of Chesapeake High School. I'm speaking in opposition of the proposed policy. 1 month into my high school experience, a student came up to me and told me that people like me did not belong in my school. They told me that people like me should die. I didn't report it because previous actions by my school administration sent a message to me as a queer student that my experiences wouldn't be taken seriously. I fear that if this policy is passed and a principal or a principal's designee decided that flags promoting inclusion, such as Black Lives Matter and Pride flags, don't have a bona fide educational purpose, this would send a message to our marginalized students that they are not supported by their school administration. There are already so many instances of bias going unreported and so many students who are fighting these battles completely alone because they don't have a trusted adult to go to. For me, walking into my English class and seeing that my teacher had a pride flag hanging in her room, seeing that one of the guidance counselors had a pride flag hanging off of their door, seeing that in the band room next to the American and Maryland flags, there was a pride flag and a Black Lives Matter flag, shows me that I am welcomed here, shows me that I am represented, that I have a teacher I can talk to the next time someone yells at me in passing in the hallway. Flags show me that I don't have to shrink myself down. I don't have to repress parts of who I am so as to not be noticed and not be targeted. I've had teachers who treated my existence, my name, my pronouns as an inconvenience. It's ignorant to believe that every single teacher is supporting our marginalized students. Flags are a way to spot safe spaces, and they are a part of the community. Flags tell kids that they belong when their peers are telling them that they don't. So I urge you to consider the significant impacts this policy will have on our students. We live in a time where anyone who's not cishet and white is constantly under attack. Please do not make our school a battleground.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate, but it's going to be a long night and we need to, thank you. Sydney Cucaro? Or Cucaro.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sydney Kukro, and I am the parent of 3 students who attend Odenton Elementary School. I'm here tonight to oppose the display of flags policy. I'd like to share a personal story, so I hope you'll indulge me a little bit, because it's the first thing that came to mind when I read this policy. I didn't grow up here. I grew up in a small town in New England. When I entered high school, I was assigned as a freshman to a homeroom that I had all 4 years of high school. That homeroom was absolutely covered in university flags and pennants. It had various military flags and even some signs from various companies. My homeroom teacher taught different levels of math, but only one senior course. And every time one of her seniors decided on college to go to, or a branch of the military to join, or got a job with an interesting company that she was proud of, she put up a flag. And it was motivating and it was inspiring, especially for me. No one in my family had ever been to college. I didn't know that I wanted to go to college, and it was motivating to see all of those flags on her walls. Those flags serve no educational purpose, bona fide or otherwise. She was a math teacher, and she just wanted to show how proud she was of her students. It seems that under the proposed policy, this type of display would not be allowed, and that is heartbreaking to me. Don't we want teachers to inspire and support our children? I worry that the proponents of this policy are so narrowly focused on social issues that they are forgetting the broad, lasting impact that the policy has. Symbols have meaning. It's been over 20 years since I graduated from high school. I still remember how important that display was to me. Something as small as a flag on a teacher's wall can make a connection to a student when words aren't even needed. Whether it's a rainbow pride flag, a military flag, a Black Lives Matter flag, a college pennant, or even something as benign as a Ravens football flag, these symbols are a way for teachers to connect with their students. It is the smallest showing of support, but it can mean something immeasurable. I keep hearing from AACPS that all means all, but proposing this policy certainly doesn't make me feel that all are welcome in the classroom. Our children deserve better. Please do not approve this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Tariq Farouk.
Thank you, Madam President. I support 6.09. The American flag, it symbolizes the hope, how far our country has come, and how far we will go. The American flag is a reminder of the devotion countless men and women have had for each other to live in a country where we can express our thoughts and become what we want to be. Displaying flags such as the LGBTQ flag in classrooms do more to divide children than unite them. As a Muslim American, I can tell you with 100% certainty, the LGBTQ flag in no way represents our community. We've come together here, united as Muslims and Christians and Jews, brown and black and white, because we do not stand for our children being divided under the guise of false inclusion. We call for AACPS to unite our children with one flag that we all represented in, the American flag. By supporting this policy, the LGBTQ supporters claim they want the flags in the classrooms to create safe spaces and to allow for inclusion and diversity. On the contrary, classrooms and teachers that display these flags create spaces for our children that are unsafe. Let me ask you, would you permit the Confederate flag to return? I would love for the moon and crescent flag of Islam to be there. I'm sure the Christians would welcome the flag of the cross in every room. The Jews, no doubt, would be happy with their flag with a star. The Buddhists, the Hindus. Where does it end? It should start and end with the American flag. Individual beliefs and ideologies are reserved for people's individual homes. It should start and end with one unifying flag, and that is the American flag. So I support 6.09, only the American flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Janelle Connolly.
Hello, my name is Janelle Connolly. On August 26, 2020, this board issued a resolution supporting social justice by stating that Black Lives Matter. On June 16, 2021, you passed policy JQRA, Safe Inclusive Environments for LGBTQ+ students, that codified already existing ACPS policies and regulations into one comprehensive policy. Because of this, I feel confident that the board understands how important it is for students to feel safe at school and to feel supported. But now we are here debating the policy that is nothing more than a thinly veiled attempt to restrict signs of support for these exact groups on school property. I don't believe the goal of this policy is to restrict armed forces flags, college pennants, or even professional sports teams from school property, although it may end up doing these things also. The point of this policy is clearly to satisfy those who are offended by support for these groups. But this is where the clarity ends. The policy as written is vague and does not even specify that it only applies to staff. As such, it could be used to unconstitutionally restrict students' clothing choices or the content or display of their artwork in the future. I have two daughters in AACPS, one about to start middle school and one about to start high school. They have a variety of friends in the school system that identify as LGBTQ+. These students understand that this is an attack on the visibility of their community, that is an attempt to force them, their friends, and their allies back into the shadows, to make them ashamed of who they are and who they love. Damage to their trust in the school board has already been done with just entertaining this policy. Please do not compound that damage by actually passing it. We are in the midst of a mental health crisis that's even more acute in marginalized communities because of the prejudice and discrimination that they still live with today. ACPS should be doing everything to improve student connectedness and belonging, not taking away signs of inclusion and support. I implore you to stand by your previous stated goals to inclusion and to demonstrate that all really does mean all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call another group, Mr. Robert Noble, Jaden Moore, Elizabeth Bin, and Kristen Caminiti. Mr. Noble, would you go first?
Hello, I'm Robert Noble. When I was a student in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, there were no flags. I lived in silence, fear, and shame. I was alone because I had no indication that anyone was like me or in support of me. I only knew of those who held hate for my existence. There were many days when it felt like being dead would be easier than going to school to face the choice between pretending that I was something I wasn't or sitting quietly and trying not to exist. Learning was very important to me, but isolation and depression kept my brain from being fully available. In my early years of teaching, I made a friend who was working very hard to make something better of himself in the world. I learned that an addiction that started in middle school when he was experiencing the same isolation and hate led to his struggles through a cycle of drugs, rehab, sobriety, and then repeat. We talked at great length about how things could be different if we had known back then that somebody cared. A few days before I began teaching in Anne Arundel County, I received a phone call. My friend had taken his life. What began in middle school had become too much. In 2022, 50% of LGBTQ youth ages 13 to 17 seriously considered attempting suicide. 18% made the attempt. As educators, we need to use every tool possible to lower these statistics. In my workspace, I display an American flag, a Black Lives Matter flag, and a Pride flag. Because I hang these flags, students from all over my building have found their way to my space when they need someone to talk to, an ally, a mediator, an advocate, or hope. Students, family members, and faculty have done the same. If in Anne Arundel County is a school system that believes that equity, diversity, inclusion, if all means all, then we should utilize every available tool. I should be allowed, encouraged, and empowered to display flags that lift minorities without taking away from others. Banning flags does not enhance the learning environment. It only makes kids feel more isolated. A ban does not align with the mission and vision of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Flags are tools for suicide prevention. Why would anyone putting kids first want to ban such a powerful tool? Thank you.
Thank you. Jaden Moore.
Hello, my name is Jaden Moore. I'm a rising junior at Crofton High School and a child of the military. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Those were the words that were struck onto pen and paper during the blessed summer of 1787. These words were etched into infamy by the founding fathers of the United States of America. These forefathers of the free world put this into their sacred document so that something like this would never happen. They wrote down these 45 words that have paved the way for many movements in this country, like women's suffrage, Black Lives Matter, and the rise of pro-LGBTQ legislation in this country. So now I bring up the question of why are we disobeying the wishes of these founding fathers? They wrote those words to make sure people who wish to see something other than the known disappear from the face of the earth cannot thrive in this country of freedoms and liberties. They put those words down not just to protect the United States flag, not just the state flag, but all flags. The passing of this motion to remove flags other than the government-sponsored flag is in violation of the First Amendment and the freedoms it provides to the people. Freedom of expression is a right. Without it, we cannot practice the freedoms the fathers gave us. Without it, we are no longer free. Without it, we are no better than the tyranny we sought to destroy in the last 100 years of this beautiful country's history. The flags of BLM and LGBTQ plus community aren't just important to the people in those groups, but to the people that are seeking to start social reform in other areas. It shows hope and belief that we can make a change to what is wrong. I urge you to oppose this proposed flag ban. Freedom of expression is a right that we all have to fight to protect. The fathers fought a war of blood and tears for us to be us, not for us to experience the control they did under the crown.
Thank you. Elizabeth Bin, did I pronounce that correctly?
You did.
Okay.
Good job. Good evening, school and community members. I'm a concerned community member, and I also wanted to, as a side, say that I'm married to a Muslim American who is in support of my message here. Today, I stand before you to voice my strong disagreement with the proposed policy IS. The display of pride flags is consistent with social emotional learning practices, namely the principle of empathy. This, in conjunction with SEL practices, have been shown by multiple studies to not only improve academic performance of marginalized students, but also to decrease rates of bullying, discrimination, depression, and ultimately suicide among those marginalized students, especially LGBTQIA+ and in students. To remove the representation of this marginalized group will negatively impact the mental health of a vulnerable population. As a community and school system, we must prioritize the well-being and success of all students, which includes tending to the needs of vulnerable populations. I knew a vulnerable student, a child I once babysat became a curious young adult who did not feel safe and comfortable in this world and chose to leave it. If putting up a flag in a classroom would have given this talented, kind, bright young life the safe haven that he needed, then I wish to keep displaying that flag. A flag that endorses empathy. Moms for Liberty, identified as an extremist hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center, publicly supports this policy. This organization has a history of targeting the representation of marginalized students, especially LGBTQIA+ students and students of color. This proposal is discriminatory, and such an agenda pushed by a hate group has no place in an equitable public school system. The policy emphasizes honoring the U.S. flag, but the presence of the flags does not in any way diminish the American flag. Recognizing a personal diversity alongside one's American identity is a founding principle of America itself. Suppressing individual uniqueness in such a way is regressive. I encourage you to dismiss this policy. Let the school keep their flags. Please stand with your students in supporting diversity, equity, and empathy.
Please
Thank you for your
summarize.
attention.
Kristen Caminiti.
Good evening. My name is Christine Caminiti, and I'm the mom to 4 AACPS students. In 2017, the nonprofit I founded, Kindness Grows Here, held a free public event called Let's Celebrate Differences. At this event, we read a series of children's books about differences and invited young adults to share their personal stories with the children and families in the audience. We had a young man who was transgender, a young woman who was raised by her grandmother, a young woman with 2 moms, and a young man with a prosthetic leg. At the end of this event, we invited the children in attendance to come up to the microphone and share about their own differences. A little girl I had never met before came up to the microphone and said, "I was born with a boy body, but I am a girl, and now I know that is okay." I later found out from this little girl's mom that this was the first time she had ever publicly shared that she was transgender, and that after this event, her confidence grew. I know that AACPS educators do an amazing job of letting our students know that it is not only okay to be different, but it is something to celebrate. And one way schools do that is by giving teachers the flexibility to decorate their classrooms in ways that celebrate differences. Many teachers choose to do that with flags, flags from the students' countries of origin, pride flags, Black Lives Matter flags, and military flags. Our educators are using these flags effectively to celebrate differences. Celebrating differences does not exclude anyone. We are all different in some way, and celebrating differences helps all students know that they are accepted for exactly who they are. Policy IS that is currently before our board is wholly unnecessary. Our administrators do not need more bureaucracy to manage. This policy creates a problem where there isn't one. Please do not pass this policy or any iteration of it. Give our skilled and caring educators the freedom and the liberty to create safe, welcoming spaces without the board's unnecessary interference.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move to virtual testimony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving on to the virtual portion of our testimony this evening. And we have two speakers on item 6.09, policy revision, second reading for the display of flags. I'd like to remind everyone, please, in your remarks, please be civil, please be respectful, stay on topic, and please respect the 2-minute time frame. Our first speaker is Jonathan Monroe. Once again, our first speaker is Jonathan Monroe. There you go, Jonathan.
Oh, sorry. Hi.
Hey, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm Jonathan Monroe. Sorry about that. In a weird spot for connection. I apologize. So I'll try to make this quick. Hello, board. I'm opposed to the agenda of displaying the flags. I had a speech written out and then I threw it out because I just want to reiterate what a lot of people have been saying. One statement I heard was about division, and I feel like the only thing that's dividing anything right now is taking away the right of any educator or any student in a classroom to display something that's going to make them feel safe and identify them. I was thinking about some coworkers of mine that are not from the United States, but from Canada and El Salvador, and if they wanted to put their flag out there without an educational purpose, they wouldn't be allowed to. My students, I've found to be more active in the classroom when they've seen the flags that I have in my room. I have a pride flag and a trans rights flag, and I teach performing arts, and students feel a little bit more okay to get up in front of their peers, knowing that they're in a space that is accepting. So please vote against this agenda item. The ability for everyone to make a choice, to not put it on people, but to just say, like, this is okay, is something important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Our next speaker, speaking on item 6.09, is Katie Russo.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hey,
AACPS teacher here. I oppose this policy because schools already display a variety of other flags to promote positive spaces and a sense of belonging, but especially because of a flag's capacity to show support to our students. Removing pride flags in particular would also remove conversations that save lives. I also feel like this proposed policy goes against everything AACPS has been doing for years to promote unity, equity, inclusion, and support for our student body. I'm a staunch advocate for student safety. My belief is that if I cannot keep my students safe, then I am in the wrong profession. I recognize that every day parents are trusting me with the people who matter the most to them, their children. I'm passionate about my content area and curriculum, but I know that the classroom culture I create also grows students socially and emotionally. And when we all think back to our formative years and what teachers stood out to us in our education, it is always those that showed up, didn't judge, believed in us, and showed unwavering support. And yes, challenged us at times too. I could speak a lot about my experiences supporting students in incredibly challenging spaces or the amount of times I have done so, but this is not the venue for that, so I'll just cut to the chase. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among youth, and LGBTQ youth are 4 times more likely to attempt it. This statistic is very personal for me. It started when my best friend took his life in my junior year of high school, and he is a big reason why I show up big for my students. If you have not experienced the pain and grief associated with this type of loss, I can tell you that it is one of the greatest motivators to show up every day for others. I regret sitting in my grief alone as a kid. I had supportive parents, but I didn't want them to worry about me. It is often my prayer that all AACPS students have supportive adults to help them through difficult times, whether at home or in our schools, and that they never feel alone. I work firsthand with incredible LGBTQ youth as a GSA advisor, and I can affirm that there has been a big positive shift over the years in our schools. A lot more young people, especially in marginalized groups, are thriving because they are currently receiving clearer supports in our schools. They're seeing visuals such as pride flags that essentially say you belong here. Why would we take that away from our students? Even students who are not in the LGBTQ community have shared their thanks to me over the years for the inclusion of the flag.
Please summarize, Ms. Russo.
We all want our students to focus on academics, but we all know when we are personally struggling, it is hard to perform at our best. We need to use every tool in our toolbox to provide students with supportive spaces and healing conversations in our schools. All school staff and the families we serve need to come together to support this mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. That does complete our virtual testimony this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been brought to my attention. I just want to make clear here, a reference was made to the Southern Poverty Law Center putting Moms for Liberty on their list as an extremist group, but not a hate group. And so I want to make sure that that's clear. Last time we had someone make that reference, I said, as educators, we need to take words very seriously, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make that clear to you. All right, thank you. That concludes, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Frank.
I would also like to add that Dr. Ben Carson was also on the list of Southern Poverty Law Center's extremist group or extremist file. So just to clarify what that means.
All right. That concludes our public comment on agenda items. So we will be moving to the report section of the agenda now. Item 4.01, the Krask report. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the board, and Dr. Bedell. My name is Michelle Fidel. I am a rising sophomore at Chesapeake High School. My pronouns are she, her, and I am very grateful to serve as Krask Secretary of Education.
Good evening, board members. My name is Brenton Mead, and I have the privilege of serving as the president of Krask.
So on June 1st, Krask held its first in-person General Assembly since 2019. Arundel High School hosted nearly 200 voting delegates for officers' elections. The day was filled with campaigning, Q&A, speeches, and the announcement of our new officers. Congratulations to Krask's new officer team who were sworn in on June 14th. We are looking forward to watching the team incorporate the goals of their campaign platforms. Krask appointed staff applications are open for interested students. Prior experience in Krask is not required to apply. The application is posted on the Krask website and is due by Friday, June 30th at 8 p.m. Congratulations to Teen Talk for winning a Telly Award. Be sure to check out the season finale on the AACPS YouTube to see highlights from this season, bloopers, and meet the new host for the 2023 to 24 school year. Finally, the final slide displays images from this year's Krask yearbook highlighting our astounding seniors. They have come so far and have done amazing works both inside and outside of Crask. We are proud of you and can't wait to see the incredible work you will do in the future. Hope you all enjoy your summer. Thank you and see you in my Crask update in August. Now I would like to hand it off to Crask President Brenton Mead.
As always, a tough act to follow. Good evening again, board members. What brings me to this podium tonight is not a moment of personal pride, but the events of previous board meetings have compelled my testimony before you today. Tonight, I want to tell you a story, my story, to speak for those who look like me and their allies within AACPS. I was robbed of the innocence of my childhood in my third grade classroom. I searched on the computer for articles to read on a reading comprehension website, and the article I clicked on described how Freddie Gray was killed at the hands of police not far from where I lived. I hardly knew anything about police brutality, but like any curious third grader, I did my research. I learned about Trayvon Martin, Eric Garner, and others that looked like me who were unarmed and killed by police. The internet had the talk with me before my parents could break my heart and wrap their arms around me. I began to have thoughts about ending my life to leave on my own terms and spare the humiliation, indignity, and suffering that I felt awaited me. I confided in my parents and I got the help that I needed. In fact, I told my story publicly in this very room as a member of this board's mental health task force, where I very emotionally reminded its members of the baggage that Black and Brown students carry every day to school with them, on top of the myriad of issues confronting the next generation. Despite the need to adapt in the face of instant access to information, our schools continue to operate in a vacuum where students check the emotional toll that the previous day's news has had on them at the door, and business as usual takes over. And tonight I ask you, what are you doing about it? Tonight, this board answers with nothing by continuing to debate Policy IS, a solution in search of a problem that would ban flags that remind people who look like me and students across AACPS that their pain and potential are seen. When I see a Black Lives Matter flag in my school, I'm reminded that even though I'm hesitant to put any kind of hood on, that with every passing day, the struggle of my people grows more irrelevant to legislators in Washington, and that all eyes are on me when a racial issue surfaces in my classroom, that I have an ally in my school building. For our LGBTQ plus students who see their identities shamed and diminished and are victims of fear-mongering every single day in the national media, when especially this month, they are reminded to be proud of who they are. Pride flags remind them that they have an ally. If this policy passes, the average child or teenager will have to look past the glaring hypocrisy of this ban to the words of this board's equity policy, LGBTQ plus inclusion policy, and Black Lives Matter resolution to conclude that the school system supports them. As Dr. Bedell says all the time, the students of AACPS are watching, and on their behalf, I urge you all to overwhelmingly reject this divisive policy. But before I go, I want to leave you with this. We had this conversation 9 months ago as a county with a similar policy proposed in a partisan form. Not much has changed. If we have reached the point where we consciously choose to engage in cycles of destruction and hate, where community members are angry and students are caught in the middle, one day, messy will not be the word we use to describe our local democracy. Our students will be the ones describing it as beyond repair. Thank you.
Ms. Shawhan? Ladies and gentlemen, if we can't keep decorum, people will be asked to leave.
Well, at least that gave me another second to get my words. I forgot that I was listening to a student. You're an incredible human. I see you. I hear you. and you're so incredibly articulate, even though you had a tremendously hard act to follow. And I just wanted to say, I'm so glad I'm going to see you next year in the same role, right? Yeah, because some of the best parts of our meeting include your reports. But to you, sir, I see you, I hear you, and you took my breath away. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item 4.03, the CAC report. I believe we have.
So let me start. Yes, I thought I was going to have 4.02 where I had some cushion between me and
I'm sorry, I should have mentioned we do not have a PTA
But
report
you know
tonight.
what? It goes out like everything else. I go out with a bang behind Michelle. Thank you so much. Good evening, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, and fellow board members, and Dr. Bedell. For the record, my name is Tanisha Howard, the soon-to-be former chair of the Citizen Advisory Committee, otherwise known as the CAC. While the CAC has completed its regular meetings, one of my last official outgoing acts was to hold a transition meeting that occurred on June 12th. Among the current and newly elected leadership team, policy, and equity committee members to allow for knowledge transfer and sharing while also recognizing their commitment to contribute above and beyond their regular duties to ensure the CAC mission meets the mandate from the Board of Education for its governance over AACPS. Whew. I am proud to empower this new generation of CAC leaders. This is bittersweet, humbling, and my distinct honor to introduce to you tonight our new leadership team for the 2023-2024 school year. May I present and hereby formally pass the torch of the CAC board report to our chair, John Conwell, Vice Chair Erica McFarland, and Secretary Jamie Herman Crudet.
Thank you so much, Tanisha. You have been an incredible mentor over this year, and we just hope that we can fill your shoes because you left behind huge shoes to fill, and you are just so talented, and you just put your whole heart into it. And I know that we will do the same. We'll carry that on in your absence, and thank you.
Tanisha, on behalf of all of the CAC members, I want to say thank you, not just for this year, but for your years and years of dedication to all of our kids and the committee. There is no way that we could walk in to the CAC as leaders without what you have put forth for us. And we appreciate you immensely. Thank you.
John Conwell, our chair, unfortunately could not attend tonight due to prior engagement. He has prepared the following remarks for the board's awareness. The selection committee is meeting later this week to review applicants for the 17 vacant positions with a goal to select and seek board approval at the July 12th meeting. The CAC will continue the Perspectives and Impact Focus series introduced in 2022 to celebrate the legacy of the late Honorable Candace C. W. Antwine
to embrace, embody, and celebrate all of AACPS's diversity in a more cohesive and empathetic community. Our next meeting is scheduled for Monday, September 11th, 2023, with a special new member orientation meeting to be held in August.
We look forward to the next year striving to meet the standards set by this 2022-2023 committee. We expect to continue the work on standing committees and add additional committees as needed to address the board's need. The work ahead prepared by this year's membership will provide the foundational tools for next year's group to be poised for success, delivering the assistance required by the board to meet its overall goals and address the challenges at hand and into the future of AACPS. As a reminder for the public, the CAC conducts our virtual meeting on the second Monday of each month from 6:45 to 8:45, except for the month of April. Our meeting schedule for the 2023-2024 school year will be posted on our AACPS CAC page once approved by the board. Again, I would like to thank Tanisha and her leadership team for leaving us with the framework to continue a successful CAC. We couldn't do it without what you've left us. As always, we welcome and appreciate your feedback and look forward to another year with purpose, direction, and results. May everyone have a safe and spectacular summer.
Thank you. Hold up. I have a few lights on, and I suspect some people might want to say things. So, Mr. Silkworth.
Tanisha, you can't go away here.
Yeah.
So, Tanisha, you are in your own right a tough act to follow, not just for tonight, but for the entire body of the work and for your leadership and for everything that you have done for the students and families of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I started a little tradition a couple meetings ago. I still haven't gotten that golden buzzer, but Tanisha, you absolutely would get the golden buzzer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Strongheim.
Thank you for your service. I'm sorry. I just stopped crying. Thank you for your service to the community, to us as a board. I'm proud to call you a friend. You're going to be missed so much. And I know that you've set up the CAC for success going forward. And just because I won't see you here doesn't mean I won't see you, and doesn't mean that, you know, your dedication, your obvious dedication to serving your community stops. This is just one chapter of that. So just thank you so much for all you've done. And I'm going to get up and give you a hug after this. I just want you to know that. So
Thank you. Ms. Dent.
Ms. Howard, I don't know what to say other than you've been just such a rewarding breath of fresh air when it talks to always being poised, always having it so well together, so well spoken. And the members of CAC have a hard way, big shoes to fill in your absence. But what I remember about you most is how warm you was when I came on board, how open you was to sit down, to open, to talk, to just be there. And I do hope that that invitation is still there, because I don't know what the CAC is going to do without you, but I don't want to imagine a time when I can't call on you. So I do hope that your tears of joy is not because you're leaving, but because we're asking you to stay on just a little bit longer. Thank you. And good luck in whatever you decide to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. McGrath.
Thank you. I want to echo what everyone else has said. Like Mr. Silkworth has said, you truly will be one of the toughest acts to follow in ACPS. I just want to say you exemplify public and community service. I want to thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Well, at your last official report of the meeting at the last one, I've already expressed, but I do wish you all the best, and I know that you embody service above self in all that you do. I mean, the amount of she made sure that everybody had a voice in the middle of COVID when we couldn't get people in the building, and she made sure that we knew where our people stood. And she also made sure that we still got the business done and did it selflessly and with the same trials and tribulations that we all had, but with dignity. And she made sure that the CAC has always stayed out of the fray of partisanship, politics, and everything else that's wrong with the world, and made sure that we got advice based on what the needs are of our students. Truly an advocate of our students and one to emulate. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
You know I'm going to miss you. That goes without saying.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Tanisha, I've said it all before. I'm not going to repeat myself, but I just had to thank you one more time. You really, you made the CAC such a valuable resource, and it's solely through your hard work and commitment, and don't be a stranger.
I won't. I promise.
So that leaves it to me. It's been a pleasure and an honor. I know I'll be seeing you again. And it's not just your hard work and commitment, it's your intellect and your remarkable capacity for understanding organization and structure in support of community voice. And that has brought something really powerful to the CAC that I think will continue long after you're technically involved. But I hope and anticipate that we'll be seeing you again in some other capacity. But for now, I want to thank you, and I want to say that we are all the better for the work you've done. The whole community is better for the work you've done, and that is no small thing. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, that brings us to item 4.04, President's Report, and I'm sure everybody will be happy to hear I do not have one tonight. So item 4.05, Equity Committee Report, Mr. McGrath.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. In my duty as in my role as the chair of the board's equity committee, I'm happy to announce the Student Equity and Action Spotlight Award. The Board of Education, in collaboration with the Board Equity Committee and the AACPS Student Equity Advisory Team, our SEAT, are proud to introduce a new monthly student recognition. The Student Equity and Action Spotlight will highlight a student or group of students for their efforts in identifying and working to eliminate inequities in their school and or home communities. A student or group of students must demonstrate specific examples of equitable resources, equitable environments, equitable educational opportunities, and personal learning and education. Similar to our Educator, Employee, and Volunteer of the Month recognitions, this recognition will take place once per month, but during an evening board member beginning in October through May. Nomination forms can be found on the AACPS website under board recognitions beginning in July 2023. Before I end my last equity committee report, I would be remiss not to thank the many people who have worked to make the equity committee's efforts come to fruition. Thank you to the equity committee members, Dr. Tobin, Ms. Ellis, Ms. Corkadell, Ms. Jackson, Dr. Gillens, Mr. Mosier, Ms. West, Ms. Carter, Ms. Hicks, and a very special thank you to the board's executive assistant, Ms. Howell, who has done so much for the committee as well. Thank you. I really appreciate everyone's efforts.
Thank you. We will look forward to that next year, and you can keep tabs on us periodically and see what's happening. And thank you for your work on this, because this really is your I think, your sort of signature project for this year. And all of our SMOBs generally have something that they leave behind, and I think this will be yours, and I think it's one to be proud of. So
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so that brings us to item 4.06, the superintendent's report. Dr. Bedell.
All right, thank you, Madam President. I have a short update today. A few days ago, we were informed by the Maryland State Department of Education that we have qualified for the Science of Reading grant, which will help our early literacy efforts. The grant is part of MSDE's Maryland Leads program, which offers school systems the opportunity to propose new initiatives and programs to enhance student achievement. We have been in discussions with MSDE about this grant for some time, at least since I've arrived, and we are very pleased to have qualified and ready to continue to work in that area. As I've spoken about before, we are hiring students as summer interns this year to provide hands-on experience for them in fields in which they are interested. We had allotted 200 slots for students, and the expectations that we have for any regular employee also applies to our students. We will go through orientation with students on Wednesday. I plan to show up and offer remarks around expectations. And here's the beautiful thing about this opportunity. As we get ready to embark on this 5-year strategic planning process, we as a team have talked about wanting our kids to graduate out of this county with market value assets. And so you'll hear a lot more about that, but it's 3 ways you can qualify to graduate with market value assets. 1, having internship opportunities and experiences to understand how to work in the workforce, develop those soft skills that are needed to be successful as a team player. 2, taking at least 3 rigorous courses, whether it's IB, AP, or dual credit enrollment, and passing those courses, giving you 9 hours as you get ready to enter into college towards your college credits. And then the 3rd way to get it is to earn some type of endorsement, some type of credential, where students are engaged in pathways that have them prepared to go directly into the workforce, where I know we have students now graduating out of high school making nearly $60,000 a year, going directly into the workforce with the skill sets that they've developed. So I think that if we focus on those things and we're able to work with our community college, work with the Workforce Development Council, we think that we have a great opportunity to be on that road to getting all of our students to graduate with those market value assets. So stay tuned for that and keep your eyes open, because our goal will be in the future to try to expand and hopefully provide more opportunities for kids to get those experiences through internships. Next, I want to remind everyone that our 50th student member of the Board of Education, Eric Lynn of Severna Park High School, who happens to be here today, will take his oath of office. And he's actually attended probably the last four or five board meetings. So it's just good to see you out there. I think you and I are going to catch up in the morning and meet for the first time in person. He will take his oath of office in this room at 8 a.m. on Thursday, June 29th. Eric's term officially starts July 1, and I know we are all looking forward to working with him. So once again, we want to make sure that we let the community know what's going on. I also want to provide everyone with an update on the timeline for the redistricting process that is now underway. And listen, this is real important because you're going to hear me say this over and over and over. We are having to redistrict because we are a school district that is growing. That is actually a good problem, even though it is not a fun problem that we have to engage in. It could be the opposite way, where we're having to redistrict because we're closing schools like many school districts are facing around the country. We are projected to be the fastest growing school district in the state over the next 10 years. That means that there is a lot of interest in people wanting to come and be a part of Anne Arundel County. And we have a responsibility to make sure that we balance, that we use data, and that we make sure that we're very transparent with this community around the why. Nobody should be surprised around redistricting, given the amount of engagement that we've already provided to this community, unprecedented engagement from a redistricting standpoint. This process is happening in 2 phases, with the first phase involving the 6 clusters you see on the left of this slide, as well as Chesapeake, Glen Burnie, Meade, North County, Northeast, and Old Mill. We will also have the creation of attendance boundaries for West County Elementary School and Old Mill West High School. And by policy, we have to redistrict when we open up a new school. As you know, we took public comment over a period of several months on 2 potential scenarios developed by our consultant. We had more than 27,000 unique visitors to our website who offered a lot of really good input. Staff has analyzed that input, and I am in the process of finalizing my recommendation to this board. That process will move forward like this. July 12th, 2023, presentation of recommendation to the Board of Education. Also on July 12th, we will post the recommendation to the website, and we will open up, have the opening of online public comment portal. July 26th, Board of Education workshop on the recommendation. August 16th, closing of online comment with the portal, with the online portal. On August 23rd, the Board of Education will decide what proposal to take forward to public hearing. During the months of September and October, Board of Education conducts public briefing and public hearings. On November 15th, the board will adopt a redistricting plan. And then August of 2024, that redistricting plan will take effect. Both this board and I have committed to making this process one that is transparent and that has plenty of opportunities for public input. Everything, including videos of presentations to the board, will be posted online, and I urge all of our families, students, and staff to provide your thoughts as we move through this. When you see this proposal, some of you who have provided comments will notice that those kind of comments were also taken into consideration. It will not, in many cases, be the end of a particular scenario, because we know there will be more engagement, but we want people to know that we've already taken your feedback and taken that into account. I have prided myself as now a 7-year veteran as a superintendent in this country of operating with full transparency and honesty. And I've said this from day one, that we were not going to be in a situation where people feel like they're being surprised. I don't operate that way. So this is part of that transparency to let everybody know that we are moving forward with this process, and we'll get through this together. Even though we know 50% of people will be happy and 50% won't, we will get through this together. So lastly, to the McGrath family, job well done. I'll say that. Yeah, I know your dad. Well, he knew me when I was in Kansas City. I got to spend some time with your mother in where were we? Orlando during NSBA, and I haven't finally getting the chance to meet you. So thank you all for what you've done. And then Ms. Howard, thank you for your service, for leading the CAC. It's obvious that your leadership was paramount, and I can hear that from all of the comments. I really didn't know what to say. I figure I just need the comments since everybody else said something, because I hadn't been here long enough. Madam President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Bedell. All right, that takes us to section 5, consent items. Dr. Bedell.
May I motion to bundle these various items? I motion to bundle items 5.01 to 5.21.
Second.
Okay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent? Aye. Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends that the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts in the consent items dotted 5.01 through 5.21.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. I see no lights. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Corkadow?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent? Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to section 6, action items. Item 6.01, ratification of the negotiated agreement between the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County, TAC. Dr. Bedell.
Madam President, for this item, before I present Ms. Rawls, the superintendent recommends approval of the tentative agreement between Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. And for this presentation, our chief negotiator, Ms. Rawls, will present to the board and the community.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. For the record, my name is Melissa Rawls, and I am the Director of Employee Relations. Good evening, Dr. Tobin, Dr. Bedell, and members of the board. The negotiating teams for the Board of Education and the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County and the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County have reached a tentative agreement for fiscal year 2024, subject to your approval this evening. In brief, the summary of changes as agreed upon by both parties include, but are not limited to, a step increase for eligible Unit 1 employees, a 6% COLA for all Unit 1 employees, and special educators will receive a $2,000 stipend. And in addition to what has been previously mentioned, the 4-day work week will continue this year from June 28th, 2023 through August 8th, 2023. The negotiating teams diligently work to reach an agreement that serves the best interest of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, TAC members, and supports the commitment to Anne Arundel County Public Schools students, staff, and community at large. I would like to acknowledge TAC Executive Director Scott Soares, President Nicole Disney Bates, the lead negotiator Mike McGee, and the entire bargaining team for their dedicated efforts during FY24 negotiations. On June 8, 2023, TAC ratified this agreement, and I respectfully request your approval and ratification of the noted summary of changes.
Thank you, Ms. Rawls. I believe we also.
Yes, and
have
so
comments.
Ms. Disney Bates is not present today, but prepared a video that she would like to have viewed as a part of today's meeting. Thank you.
I wanted to thank Dr. Bedell, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, and the Board of Education for their collaborative effort in creating and ratifying the contract this evening. This contract is a contract that moves us forward as an association and as a county. When teachers are considering what county to come to, I hope that they will strongly consider us. This contract shows not just where we are today, but a future that we have to look forward to. This contract is a contract that provides a strong COLA and a step for all of our eligible members. This contract tells our special educators, come and stay. We need you, and we know that you work hard. This contract is done. It's done before July. It's done before the end of our contract cycle, and for this, we should be proud. Next year, we have a challenging contract cycle coming. In this, we will need to work together to create the best career ladder for Blueprint. But today, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your collaboration. Thank your team for their hard work. And thank you for working with us.
Thank you. Do I see, Ms. Schallheim?
If it's appropriate, I'd like to move that we vote to approve the recommendation of the superintendent regarding the TAC agreement.
Okay. I see no other lights, so I believe we need a second, but otherwise.
Second.
So we have those now. Okay, I see no other lights. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadow?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. I do see a light, Mr. Silkworth.
Yeah, I just would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Scott Soares, Nicole Disney Bates, the President-elect, Mike McGee, Chief Negotiator, and Ms. Rawls and her team for an absolutely awesome collaborative effort to make this happen. Congratulations and my applause to all of them.
Thank you. I do believe this is wonderful to have this wrapped up before the end of the cycle. All right. Item 6.02, fiscal year 2024 operating budget adoption. Dr. Bedell.
Thank you, Madam President. The superintendent recommends approval of the Board of Education FY 2024 operating budget as approved by the County Council. We will have Mr. Stansky and staff here to present this quick presentation.
Good evening.
For the record, Matt Stansky, Acting Chief Operating Officer.
Melissa Camella, Acting Director of Financial Operations.
So we will just spend a little time tonight just briefly walking you through the changes and adoption that was made by the County Council. The board is familiar with the exhibit in front of you. I will walk you through the highlighted sections, which walk through the changes made between the board's requested budget and what the council ultimately adopted. So starting at the top, the board had requested $428 million from the state government. When the final budget was struck at the state, we just had a slight reduction, $527 million, but overall a significant increase, obviously tied to the blueprint funding increases, more specifically tied to our enrollment growth, as well as our growth in English language development students, as well as students who qualify for free and reduced price meals. But so overall, a $60.1 million increase in state aid. On the county side, the board has requested $909.3 million, and the county council ultimately adopted a number of $881.5 million, so a $46.7 million increase over the prior year. Again, significant funding increases over the current fiscal year. No changes to local revenues or fund balance, and no changes to any of our restricted programming. So all in, we're looking at a $1.65 billion operating budget, which is $120.6 million over fiscal year 23. So significant increases in our revenues. So where's the money going? So again, the county council fully funded our compensation package, which is great news. In addition to that, just announced earlier today, there was an agreement reached through memorandum of understanding to essentially appropriate an additional $3.1 million to increase our starting teacher salaries to just over $58,000. So that is a significant bump, one, to help us stay competitive with our neighboring jurisdictions, as well as it accelerates that momentum to get to the required $60,000 starting salary that is required in the blueprint legislation. The county executive had introduced in his budget a $3 million reduction for increased turnover, which we as staff agreed to based on our projections for what the full-time salary projection would look like. As well, as part of that $3.1 million that we got from the county, part of that was a $1.3 million reduction in our workers' compensation payment we make to the county. So the county auditor had discovered a discrepancy in the county executive's budget when it came to the budget for the self-insurance fund, which the school or the AACPS participates in that fund for our workers' compensation insurance. The county library, the county community college, as well as the county government participate in that fund. And so there is overall savings in that fund. And so the county will bill us less, $1.3 million. And part of that savings will then go to help fund the $3.1 million in additional funding we are receiving from county government. Moving down the list for blueprint mandates, we were fully funded with the exception of our concentration of poverty program. And again, that is just a reconciliation what was approved in the state budget. This board is not no stranger to the ESSER funding cliff. We've been having this discussion now for 2 years. Our ESSER 1 grant has expired. Our ESSER 2 grant will be expiring here in September, and we will have one more year of ESSER 3, which will expire in June or September of 2024. But within that, we were requesting additional funding to help support the transition for some of these programs over to the general fund. You can see the county council has fully funded the transition of the virtual academy from that grant to the general fund. So that will be now a permanent school for us moving forward into the future, which is good news. They also did fund some of the technology that was purchased with ESSER. So we're beginning that migration over from ESSER to the general fund with that. And for the other items, they were not funded in the county council budget. We'll have to revisit those again for next school year. Moving down, the executive and council did not support the request for the constituent service liaison for the board. We did ask for 21 English language development personnel, and we were able to get 10 teachers out of that for $834,000. The council did not support our request for the EEE program. However, through internal workings, looking at the program, revising the program, we were able to now offer EEE at all of our elementary schools without the additional funding. So that is good news for us. On the recruitment and retention front, we did not receive any funding for our new Right Start advisors or for the request to add teaching assistants to kindergarten and permanent substitutes. Moving down on the social emotional support, we did not get full funding for any of these, but we did get some funding to help support and enhance our needs in this area. Obviously, the 6 assistant principals, we haven't added new assistant principals in a really long time. So to get these new 6 FTEs was a big win for the school district. We were able to secure funding from the council for 1 PPW, 2 school counselors, 3 school psychologists, and 3 new social workers. On the special education front, the county executive and the county council concurred to not fund any of the new FTEs in special education. But as I've talked to this board many times, we continue to struggle to fill existing special ed positions. And so our budget was really focused on retaining and recruiting to get the existing positions we have budgeted filled, hence the $2,000 bonus we had alluded to for special educators to hopefully not only attract new employees into those positions, but maybe existing employees who have left special ed to go into general ed, maybe have them consider moving back into the special ed field. And then finally, we did get full funding for our bilingual receptionists and transportation, as well as 22 FTEs. These are our van drivers and aides for a total of $1.1 million. So again, all in, the increase is $120.6 million, which is just shy of 8%. 7.86%. The one thing we haven't discussed that I would just like to briefly also mention that is in the council budget is the council is now making a commitment and the county executive to include the Board of Education in the other post-employment benefit retiree pool, meaning that when it's an accounting exercise that essentially projects the liability that the organization or the school board would have for retiree benefits, for retiree healthcare benefits. And there's accounting best practices that stipulate that organizations should fully fund future liabilities. This organization, this school district has not done that in the 15 years that best practice has been put in place. But like their other component units, the county has now determined to put us into that fund at an initial investment of $19 million out of their own money. And so that will be a good start for us into reducing that liability. So that's another what we would call in-kind contribution that I did want to make mention to the board tonight that was included in this budget. With that, Madam President, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I see a couple of lights. Ms. Scholheim.
I have a question about the thing you just mentioned. So will that impact how we lay out or how those liabilities are shown in our budget book?
Not at all.
Not
It's
at all?
still, it will still show, I'll just, in our last annual financial report, our retiree healthcare liability was over $2 billion.
Oh, wow.
So the $19 million investment is a small step, very small step to reducing that overall liability, but
Okay.
it's obviously a complicated calculation that actuaries make on an annual basis that they're required to make. And essentially, to boil it down to simple terms, it would be if the Board of Education were to go out of business, you would want to have enough money set aside to pay the benefits you promised employees over the next 50 years. And we would need $2 billion at some point. And so this $19 million contribution is a beginning point to get us to a place eventually to meet those obligations. Right now, we currently do meet all the obligations, but we do it on what's called a pay-as-you-go basis.
Right.
The claim comes in, we make the payment.
Yes.
This is a protection in the event, the rare, unlikely event that the Board of Education would cease to exist, and you still want to be able to have money in the account to pay what you've promised employees.
Unlikely, but thank you for the clarification. At
Yep.
the right time, I have a motion.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. Thank you for walking us through that. No big surprises since we all read the news and our emails. Yeah, so I simply want to state I'll be supporting this budget because I supported the board's budget and much of what was requested was provided. But of course, I'm not going to not take this opportunity once again to mention the constituent services position. If my calculations are correct, the position that this board did put into our budget request from the county is about 0.07% of this budget, and it is a position for the community. And it just feels an awful lot like it's so easy not to fund this one position because everybody kind of wants to make a statement that we are putting our funds into the students and not inflating the board. And I'm curious if that's the case, if that's why we did not get this position, then why would they not make the same statement by cutting constituent services at the county level? So I'm going to make that statement every opportunity I get, every budget discussion we ever have. I think it's a real shame. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no additional lights. So Ms. Scholheim, you said you had a motion?
Yeah, one more thing before I do that. I want to thank the county council for their work the last 45 days. I know it's like drinking from a fire hose. This is a gigantic budget, but it is still only 53% of the county's budget. So, they do a lot of good work in every area of this county, and their work should be recognized. So I thank them. And I thank County Executive for his leadership on this. Yes, I move that we approve this budget as presented tonight. Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Frank, I saw a light go on.
Yeah, I was a little late to the draw, but I did have
It's okay.
a comment that I wanted to make as well.
Sure.
I have serious concerns about the budget, and I have brought them up over and over. We're about to face a 47-cent on-the-gallon gas tax coming up. And I have serious concerns about the plans to raise taxes moving in result of this budget. Having said that, and this is probably one of the more difficult votes that I faced, I voted on Dr. Bedell's and then the board's budget, and I am going to vote tonight for this budget with the understanding that we are providing an opportunity for Dr. Bedell to do his job effectively. But I did want to absolutely voice that I have serious concerns about the amount of money that this is going to be.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, and I do not see any more lights. So Ms. Howell.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Item 6.03, fiscal year 2024 capital budget adoption. Dr. Bedell.
Yes, Madam President, if I could just say this, I know we're going to close out this piece, but this budget is a significant undertaking, and just the process that we went through as a new superintendent coming in. I kind of have my own thoughts on how you should do a lot of things. And I tried to sit back and just watch what the processes were before I decided whether we needed to make changes or not. And I want this community to know that Matt Stansky and his team, they're one of the finest finance teams in the country. In fact, Matt Stansky received, I guess, the inaugural award this year for Best Chief Finance Officer in the state. So we have a lot of talent right here in Anne Arundel County that we cannot allow to leave. And he's one example of that. And so it's not a process that I would look to make a bunch of changes to, because the process was very transparent, got the job done. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the school board for your unanimous support with this budget. I want to thank the county executive and the county council for their support. And lastly, and this is important, when we make these kind of requests, we have to deliver. That's to our faculty and staff. We go out here and we fight to make sure that we are trying to close gaps, but in the end, student results matter. Social, emotional, and academic well-being for all of our students must be our push. And if we do those things well, it makes it easier to continue to ask to make sure that we close the gaps and get a school district that's in the top 5 of compensation amongst the 24 school districts. So we got to give a return on the investment, and I know we have the staff that will get it done. So congratulations to everybody that's been involved in this process. Thank you. And at this time, we'll move it over to 6.03. The superintendent recommends that the Board of Education adopt the County Council approved FY 2024 capital budget as presented. So I'll pass that over to Mr. Stansky and staff.
Again, for the record, Matt Stansky, Acting Chief Operating Officer.
Kyle Ruff, Director of Facilities.
So this is a first for me in my career. So rarely do I ever present something to a board, this board, where the final adopted budget is higher than what we requested. So there's a first for everything. I'm glad we got a packed house to see it too. So we will. If you just look at the chart, this is a traditional chart we use: the red, white, and blue. The white is the county agreed to the request from the board. The red is the county did not fund anything that the board requested, which is you don't see any red on here, which is awesome. And then the blue is some modifications. So first, we asked for $1.2 million in health and safety. And because of some state grants that we were awarded, we actually got a little bit more, 1.23 million. So that's perfect. We fought hard to get some additional funding from the council to get our security-related upgrades up to our request, $2 million. On building systemics, we requested $35.5 million and came in at $37.2 million, so an increase there as well. Maintenance backlog, we had $7 million request, came in at just over $8 million. Again, of additional state grant funding for us. $3 million in roof replacements. We have 3.4 approved by the council. Relocatable classrooms. This one was a reduction. We had $1.2 million at the request and $600,000 approved by the council. No change to asbestos abatement or barrier-free access. School bus replacement, we requested $2 million, $800,000 approved. But with the now the useful life of buses extended another 3 years, we don't see any issue here. Priorities 10 through 16 are all funded as requested, and these are big ticket items: West County Elementary, Old Mill Middle South, CAT North, Old Mill Middle School North, Old Mill High School, and health room modification. So no changes to any of those. School furniture, we did request 600. We got a small reduction, $500,000 there. Upgrade of various schools, we had $800,000 request. We saw an $850,000 appropriation. Vehicle replacement was cut by $100,000. No change to aging schools or playground equipment. And then a big improvement here, $3.5 million to athletic stadiums, and we were awarded $5.9 million. Obviously, a big one was the bond bill for the second turf field at Southern High School, which was thank you, Ms. Corkadell, for all your advocacy there, and for all elected officials' advocacy as well. So that's great improvement for that school. And then finally, no change to our driveway and parking lot improvements for fiscal 24. So all in, $200 million, $200.5 million for our capital budget when we only requested 197. So I would say all in all, a successful capital budget season. So with a positive vote from the board tonight, gentleman to my left and his team will be ready to put shovels in the ground and start working.
Wonderful. Thank you. I see a couple of lights. Ms. Scholheim.
Yeah, this is incredible. Y'all should take a picture because I don't know that we're gonna be able to recreate this in other years, though I hope we will. But this is unlike any budget I've ever seen as well. And I want to thank the team and again the county executive and the county council for their work again on this and for supporting the budget in a bipartisan way. And yeah, so at the right time, I have a motion to approve of this as well.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Yeah, I have one question and then a comment. So my question, I just really quickly on the school bus replacements. Usually that list contains things that are ready to expire in its life cycle comparative to the state's recommendations and requirements of when we must retire vehicles. Is there any concerns as it relates to us not having less school buses as a result of that? I just want to make sure it's perfectly clear on that. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the answer.
Yeah, no,
I just want to make sure.
No concerns here.
Okay.
As I communicated with the council, that line item will see significant attention over the next decade as we transition to an electric bus fleet. And we are going to have to make a determination as an organization how to best approach that, be it a lease, which would have to come out of the operating budget, or outright purchase, which would have to come out of the capital budget. That's not even discussing the charging infrastructure that's also going to be required, as well as, the Prismatic report has discussed a centralized depot. We're beginning talks with the county about acquisition of land to begin to do that, but it's going to require more land because to put the charging infrastructure necessary to meet that mandate, which is coming around the corner, January of 2025. So I am okay with the replacement schedule and the cut here for this fiscal year, but this is me communicating with you that this line item will see and require some significant attention, either in the operating budget or this capital budget over the next decade, given that mandate.
Understood. And then my comment would just simply be that on behalf of South County, I want to thank you and your staff and everyone else and Dr. Bedell for your continued efforts to support the unique needs of each district and the last school. So we can put everybody now will have 2 turf fields to rest finally. There's very few times, folks, that we have a recurring or a long-term agreement that does not get undercut, underfunded, dragged out for decades in some cases. I mean, we finally got the full day kindergarten. We're already rolling into the next, and that took a very, very, very long time. But it's so important to the community and I think at the council and county executive joint public hearings on the budget, I was very proud of South County because they tend to kind of take and understand that sometimes a rural lifestyle does not negate a bunch of sidewalk funds, and they are willing to continue to pay their taxes for others. But sometimes you've got to step up and speak up for yourself. So I'm very proud of them, and I'm looking forward to some new opportunities for our kids down there because they can't walk to their fields. They don't have that luxury of opportunity, and the few fields we do have down there flood a lot. So for us, it's not just a matter of convenience or something nice to have, but it's about opportunity for them. So thank you very much. It means a lot more than it sounds or that I could ever make it sound. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I would just like to add my thanks to all the parties involved. And I do have great appreciation for the support we have received from our funding authority, from the county council and the county executive. And I would also like to make note of the fact that I think Dr. Bedell in his first year has worked incredibly hard to build relationships with the layers of government that we work with. And I think that is to some extent evidenced in this budget. And I think that is something for which the entire community owes him a great debt of thanks. And so I want to thank him for that. And I think the results of this are extraordinary and present the opportunities to continue towards the goal that is, at the end of the day, our essential goal, the reason we exist as a Board of Education, namely to ensure continuous improvement of our student outcomes. And so I want to thank everyone for that. Ms. Scholheim, did you wish to make a motion?
Absolutely. I move that we approve the capital budget and CIP as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. I see no lights. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Scholheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stansky, Kyle, Mr. Root. Thank you. Great job.
All right. This brings us to item 6.04, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Bedell.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and/or appointed as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
All right. See no lights. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Scholheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 6.04, terms of employment for units 5 and 6 employees for fiscal year 2024.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends approval of the terms of employment for units 5 and unit 6 employees for FY 2024. Ms. Rawls will present to the board and the community.
Ms. Rawls.
Good evening again. My name is Melissa Rawls, and I'm the Director of Employee Relations. Terms of employment have been established for Anne Arundel County Public Schools non-represented Unit 5 and 6 employees for the FY 2024 year. The following is a summary of recommended changes. First, there will be a step equivalent provided to all Unit 5 and 6 employees, and a 6% cost of living adjustment will be granted to all 5 and Unit 6 employees. The 4-day work week will occur from June 28th, 2023 through August 8th, 2023. I respectfully request your approval of the terms of employment for FY24.
Thank you. All right. Dr. Bedell, do we have a recommendation? You've already done your recommendation? Okay, so I see no lights for questions. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve terms of employment for units 5 and 6.
Second.
Okay, I see no lights. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rawls. Item 6.06, 2023 Educational Facilities Master Plan. Dr. Bedell.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends approval of the 2023 Educational Facilities Master Plan. For this presentation, I will pass it over to Mr. Stansky and staff.
For the record, Matt Stansky, Acting Chief Operating Officer. So annually, we bring this document before the board, which is required by the Maryland State Department of Education, that gives an overview of the current state of our facilities to include a 10-year enrollment projection. Dr. Bedell alluded to earlier today the timeline for redistricting. This document, along with the current enrollment projections in it, are the basis for our one of the data points that we'll be using in our recommendation that we'll be presenting on July 12th. But in the meantime, this has to be approved by the board and submitted to MSDE by the July 1st deadline. And so with that, the board's received a copy of it, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have on that.
Thank you, Mr. Stansky. Ms. Ellis, I see your light.
Yes, thank you. So we have a very meaty agenda, so I am not spending much time on this item, but this is a very important item that really deserves a lot of time. And I strongly encourage any members of the school community to take a look at this large document, but there you can, it's very easy to go through and look for what you're looking for as far as the enrollment numbers and projections in the schools in your cluster. And yes, this largely will inform this board ultimately on redistricting decisions. But Mr. Stansky, briefly, can you explain how this may impact construction projects in the future?
Yeah, sure. I'll turn it over to the experts, but at a high level, it would, one, this document really outlines the history of a building, when it was built, when it was last renovated, and then obviously, as you mentioned, the enrollment projections. And so those projections and the projections are as is, right? So before redistricting. And so that ultimately this document, along with other, data points, facility condition index, eventual probably renewal of a 10-year study of our facilities that we did one back in 2016. We're due to do one here in the next year or two. But this is a huge data point in outlining over the next 5 to 10 years where construction dollars need to be located. But I'll turn it over to my two experts over here to add anything.
Sure. So enrollment projections have the largest impact on state participation in construction projects. And that's really what we use this manual for when we submit our CIP to the state. So it looks at adjacent schools, whether they're overcrowded, have capacity, or whether we need to build additions onto buildings. And this is really the document that tells us that.
Okay, thank you. Again, yeah, I just encourage, because I know we all have constituents reach out with concerns about their schools or schools in their cluster, and this is a great tool. Good information for you.
Ms. Ellis, there. Anything about a building you want to know is in this document. And so it's a I'm getting excited about it. It is truly a treasure trove of information. I get
That was priceless. Thank you.
But I
Mr.
just,
Tate.
I think it's staff work really hard on it. And again, I don't get the audience typically. So I'm using the opportunity to promote some of the great things that we do on the operations and business side of the house. And so this is one of these things. And, you know, the two gentlemen to my left work really hard and their teams work really hard putting this together. And it's a great document for both internal use and public consumption as well.
Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Frank.
Normally these presentations are quite dry, so I really quite appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I would also like to second Ms. Ellis's comments, because I think, and I fully appreciate this, having been a parent in the system, people are busy, they have many other things to think about. But very often, if people, will come with a question and they really don't know that information is available to them, and it's proactive information, it really can help you understand what the projections are in your school, your cluster, whatever. Yes, it's intimidating to see 500 and whatever pages, but it is very clearly marked out. You can find what you need. It's available on our website, and I encourage everyone, please, if you have any questions about construction, what's sort of laid out for the immediate future, and most importantly, the ground for that, it's there for you to look at. So thank you, and thank you to the staff. Okay, do we have a motion?
I love how you look at me.
Well, I saw a light on, actually.
There's no light on.
Your mic light, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I think I have a motion over here.
Great.
Okay, I move to approve the 2023 Education Facilities Master Plan as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I see no further lights. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. This brings us to item 6.007, 2023-2024 public session hearing and workshop dates. Dr. Bell, do you have a recommendation on this one? No, you wouldn't. Sorry. Apologies. This is one of ours. So we need a motion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've been drafted, I guess. Okay. I motion to approve the 2023-2024 public session hearing and workshop dates.
Second.
All right. Ms. Ellis?
I object. This does not impact Mr. McGrath.
Are we comfortable moving past that objection? All right, I see no other lights. So, Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to policy revisions on third reading. Item 6.08, opening and patriotic exercises, code IKA.
Madam President, the superintendent recommends approval of policy IKA, subject to final correction for style and format. Grace Wilson, staff, is here to take us through this final reading.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bedell. Good evening, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Grace Wilson, Legislative and Policy Specialist for the school system. As Dr. Bedell said, policy IKA, opening and patriotic exercises, is before you this evening on third reading. The policy was adopted on March 18th, 2015, and is being amended to clarify guidance to schools regarding opening and patriotic exercises. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions you have regarding this policy.
Okay, I will go around the table. Ms. Corkadell?
I will be supporting this policy.
Thank you. Ms. Schallheim?
Sorry, I thought we were doing this in the next one. No, I'm good. Yeah.
Ms. Dent?
No comment.
Mr. McGrath?
No comment.
Mr. Silkworth?
No comment.
Ms. Frank? And Ms. Ellis?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So do we have a motion?
Motion to approve policy IKA for the adoption of the, for the adoption of the third reading of open and patriotic exercises code IKA.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. No lights, Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. We now move to policy revisions on second reading. Item 6.09, display of flags, code IS.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the second reading for this policy. The comments received during the 30-day public comment period will be provided to the Board of Education and posted on the AACPS Policies and Regulations webpage on June 26, 2023. So I pass it over to Grace Wilson.
Thank you, Dr. Bagel. Again, for the record, Grace Wilson, Legislative and Policy Specialist for the school system. Policy IS, display of flags, is before you on second reading. As a reminder, the purpose of this policy is to provide for the display of flags on Board of Education and property and in Anne Arundel County Public School facilities, including the display of flags for instructional purposes. There were 1,689 public comments received during the public comment period. Those were shared with you today and posted online on the Legislative and Policies Office website. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you have regarding this policy.
Okay, again, I'm going to go around in our roll call order, and I will remind members, first round is for questions, second round is for comments or additionally as needed. So Ms. Corkadell.
No questions, but I may have comment.
Ms. Schallheim.
No questions, but I do have a variety of amendments to make at the appropriate time.
Ms. Dent.
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. McGrath.
No questions at this time.
Mr. Silkworth.
I have no questions. I do have a comment or two.
Ms. Frank. Ms. Ellis. Okay, so we'll do the second round, and I have no questions either. Ms. Corkadell.
I will reserve for any amendments, and then if there are no amendments, I will make a statement. I'm going to hold off until we get through some of that.
Okay. Ms. Schallheim.
Yes, thank you. I have a bunch of amendments. I am sending them to Diane as we speak. So just give me a minute to do that. But I will say that this, my amendments I'm bringing to you, I thank Ms. Wilson for her endless patience, and to our board council, both of whom, while no endorsements of any of what's going to go on were made, they helped steer me clear of some pitfalls legally and otherwise. So I really appreciate them for that. All right, so this is coming to you, Diane, for everyone. So we'll just start up at the top. I think I have to take these one at a time, although I do see this as all of them needing our attention. So we'll start with under purpose. And like I said, you'll get this in a second, but you can refer to board docs in the interim while we wait for it to get to you. Under purpose, I move to strike the phrase at the end of that first sentence that says, including the display of flags for instructional purposes from the purpose of the policy. So that's my first motion.
Okay. So we have a motion.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Corkadell, I see your light.
I am reluctant to do any deliberation or debate not having anything in front of me. And I think to continue to proceed until such time that we do would not be appropriate. Because, I mean, we're talking about, unless I guess, memorize the draft, I would have really no way of placing it without seeing it.
It's on board docs, and then it was shared via normal channels, and it was just sent to Diane to be reshared with you through email at this very moment. So it should be coming to you very shortly.
I still. I'm going to have to delay as the first person in because I haven't even pulled this up. I did not receive an email citing that there were amendments or any new amendments posted to the board docs, except what was delivered by Ms. Howe last week. So this sounds different than what is being discussed here. So.
Should we take a brief recess?
No, I don't think we need to, because she can look on board docs under, as we wait for the email that's coming to her, and she can look at the purpose and note that I'm moved and have seconded the, yeah, oh good, it just got here.
It's here.
Got like 20 things up here. Okay.
This was also shared through normal channels.
I guess so. This is the first email I'm just receiving right now about it. So I don't believe, I mean, you can go and take other people as long as I'm allowed to come back to it, I suppose. Because if we're taking this, my understanding is if we're taking this in pieces instead of in whole, then what I'm looking at.
Dr. Tobin, I was advised by council that we needed to do this piecemeal, so I would take the whole thing. I mean, I'll just amend
No,
the motion otherwise.
I am just asking for some clarification on the motion because it was not in front of me when it was spoken.
Could you repeat the motion, Ms.?
All right, now that it's in front of everyone, I will repeat again that under purpose, I would move to strike the last 8 words of the first sentence, starting with the word including. So that entire phrase, including the display of flags for instructional purposes, I have moved and has been seconded to strike. That's what we're debating.
Okay.
In general, I'm just going to say there's a lot of additions of the word decorations. And I believe a flag is different than a discussion on decorations. So I will not be supporting.
Point of order, we're talking about the purpose first. That was the motion that I made and was seconded to strike just the end of that first sentence under purpose, the words including the display of flags for instructional purposes.
This is my time to speak, is it not?
All right.
I don't understand this sort of parliamentary procedure
The
here.
motion, as I understand it, that has been introduced and seconded is to strike and again, this is being taken in sections.
Oh,
right?
no, I had already accepted that explanation. I have it in front of me. I just made a comment and I'm getting retorted in the middle of my time to speak about the amendment.
Okay.
And I do not believe it is appropriate. I do not believe it follows our processes and procedures. If I have a question for the motion author, amendment author, I will ask it. I am entitled to my opinion without being retorted in the middle of my statements. This is just.
So please continue, Ms. Corgadone.
I don't have any further comments except for to reiterate perhaps what I had said before I was interrupted. That's intimidating. The word decorations is separate from flags, and decorating the classroom is what we do to support education. And I am not going to be supporting things that are associated with decorations. We are here to discuss the display of flags. And although I personally don't think that the two should be discussed together or deliberated together. And so I will be a no on these.
Okay, thank you. I see no other lights. Oh, Mr. McGrath?
I just wanted to say, while I disagree with the policy, I do not agree with the large amount of amendments. If we are here just to vote down the policy, I feel like it would be a respect of everyone's time just to skip all these amendments and just go straight to a vote, personally. That's just my opinion on the matter.
Well, just a reminder, Mr. McGrath, we're not voting on the policy tonight.
I understand. I'm just,
Okay.
that's my idea.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Frank?
Yes, in looking at this, the piece that would be struck would be including the display of flags for instructional purposes. And I absolutely think that what we are supposed to be doing in this building should always lead to instructional purposes. So I will be voting against this amendment.
Okay. All right, I will say, I see no other lights before we vote. I will just say that as I've been thinking about this and reading the comments, I do not feel that this is a policy, frankly, that is needed. I think we're covered when it comes to the display of the flags that we were legally required to display on the one hand by the policy that covers that, and we're covered on the other in the policy that prevents us from displaying signs of hate. And so I similarly do not wish to entertain a lot of amendments to this policy. Mr. McGrath, I saw your light go back on.
I just want to say I concur with what you were saying.
Okay. All right, so Mrs. Frank.
I respectfully disagree. While I don't agree with Ms. Schalheim's amendment, I believe that she has the right to introduce this amendment and any others that she so chooses.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
As we all do.
All right, thank you. I see no more lights.
Actually, doesn't it come back to
Oh,
me?
I
Is the motion
apologize,
ready?
Ms.
Thank
Schalheim.
you. Yeah, so one thing, we're going to take these paragraph by paragraph, sentence by sentence, because if I could do it all in one, I certainly would. I was told I couldn't, but I do have to say, and board counsel can corroborate this, that it was after some back and forth that the decision to expand upon the title of the policy was his recommendation, and I took it. So there's that. But yeah, I would like to go through all of them. Spent a lot of time on them, went both with staff and board counsel. And if we're gonna talk about this policy, which I disagree with in full, then we can sit here and talk about amendments, none of which help student achievements.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Dent, you have a...
Madam Chair, I'd like to get some clarity. I'm looking at what's on Blood Doc, but for the public, and because I want transparency, what's displayed here and what's displayed in the public. earlier we were talking about the word decoration, and there was just some concern about the word decorations wasn't on the one that was being publicized. So I would just like clarity on the motion that is on the floor. It just talks about the last portion of the purpose, but it's also the words decoration has been modified in that purpose. So I think that for the clarity, no, I'm talking,
Shh, please.
so I'm simply stating that for the public, that what Mrs. Corkadale was discussing was what is not visibly displayed. So I wanted clarity about it so that there would be no further confusion about the policy. That's where I was trying to get to.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Dent. Ms. Corkadell.
I guess I appreciate that we use a system that allows us to review things prior to our meetings. But I do not understand why the proposed amendments, as we're going through them, cannot be displayed on the screen right now, because they are being entered into the record. And there's a lot of people who I believe would like to follow along, especially if we're being asked to make a decision on such important issues that were important enough to bring a lot of people on a Monday night. I don't know if it actually ended up raining or not, but I don't understand why we can't put this up.
My understanding is that's a technical question, but
There's a Word version. If they remove the review comments on there, it could be scrolled to follow along just like I am right now.
I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute recess while we work this out, because I don't want to get stuck up here spending too much time figuring this out. So I'm going to call a recess. Okay. So I'm going to remind everyone of the process we always follow, which is that motions which emerge in a meeting are read. What is available to the public is the original policy as it was to be reviewed. And so the motions come at the meeting. They are not available to the public ahead of time. And it is not our practice. And for technical reasons, it's not a practical practice to also put the motions up in front of the public. That is, you can look back at our other meetings. That is how we have operated. So I would like to move forward. When we recessed, we had a motion before us. We had a second. We had heard back from, after all the questions, the motion maker. And that is usually the moment at which we then take a vote. So we have a quorum here, and I believe, seeing no more lights, that we are ready for a vote on the motion that was in front of us. Ms. Howe.
Thank you. Ms. Schallheim moved to amend A purpose, in quotes, to provide for the display of flags and decorations on Board of Education of Anne Arundel County board property and in any Anne Arundel County Public Schools AACPS facility while schools are in session, period.
Okay. Ms. Howe.
Ms. Corkadell.
No.
Ms. Schallheim.
Aye.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Mr. McGrath.
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth.
Nay.
Ms. Frank.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
Dr. Tobin.
Nay.
It's 2 in the affirmative and 6 in the negative. Motion fails.
Okay, Ms. Schallheim.
Okay, so it's since been clarified to me that I can do the rest of these in mass, so that's what we're gonna do. I will leave some of the technical bits for Ms. Wilson to find out. Like, I'm not gonna read the related entries part, with all the related policies up at the top, because I don't really recall what I added, what was taken away. So I don't want to get that confused. So I'll just start with the title. So the new title, this would then be display of flags. So I move to do these following amendments: to change the title of this policy from display of flags to display of flags and decorations, to amend the issue section to then read, the board is committed to honoring the flag of the United States of America as a symbol of this country's national ideals and pride. In accordance with state law, policy IKA, and regulation IKA-RA, opening and patriotic exercises govern the display, care, and custody of the American flag at each AACPS school and classroom. The board is also committed to ensuring that all AACPS students, employees, visitors, and volunteers feel safe and included on board property and in AACPS facilities. Accordingly, the board acknowledges student, employee, visitor, and volunteer self-expression via the display of flags and decorations in accordance with state and federal and state laws and AACPS policies and regulations, then striking the rest of the issue section, which includes the sentences. The board also promotes the display of the Maryland state flag, Anne Arundel County flag, and Annapolis city flag, in addition to the display of the American flag, except for flags that promote national, state, and government and local government pride. The display of flags on board property and an AACPS should be limited to those with bona fide educational purposes. So that bit would be struck. Under position, leaving position 1, the definition of the flag the same, adding another point. A decoration is something that adorns, enriches, or enhances, including figures, magnets, stickers, pins, posters, and wall decor. Student work does not constitute a decoration. Adding another section, the display of flags, or actually no, this is amending the next section. The display, to then read, the display of flags or decorations promoting the views of any past, present, or future partisan organization, political party, or candidate as defined in Maryland education law on board property and in any AACPS facility while schools are in session, except as permitted in curriculum or in accordance with AACPS policies and regulation, including policies, IKB, programs, meetings, and events with elected officials and political candidates, JCK, student and political activity, and JCL, student organizations, and their corresponding regulations, must have the prior approval of the superintendent or superintendent's designee in advance of such display. Then striking the phrasing of the Maryland state flag, Anne Arundel County flag, and the Annapolis City flag are encouraged wherever appropriate and practicable. Adding another section, the board acknowledges employee self-expression via the display of flags and decorations on board property in AACPS facilities, including in schools, classrooms, and workspaces in accordance with federal and state laws and AACPS policies and regulations, including policies IKB, programs, meetings, and events with elected officials and political candidates, JCK, student political activity, and JCL, student organizations and their corresponding regulations. Adding another section, notwithstanding any other provisions in this policy, the board promotes the right of self-expression of individual AACPS students, employees, visitors, and volunteers in their attire, personal appearance, or what they display on their person or personal belongings, provided such expression or display does not violate federal and state laws and AACPS policies and regulations, including policy AC, non-discrimination, policy JCD, student attire and personal appearance, policy JCDA, student uniforms and their corresponding regulations. An actual flag as defined may not be worn as an article of clothing. Then also striking the last two parts of that section. So I'm moving to strike the next two sentences. The display of flags other than the American flag, Maryland flag, Anne Arundel County flag, and Annapolis City flag shall be limited to flags with a bona fide educational purpose. And also striking the sentence that a school principal or principal's designee shall determine what constitutes a bona fide educational purpose for the display of a flag. My amendments also update the legal references at the bottom. And that's in total my amendments.
Okay. So that is a motion, correct?
It is.
Ms. Schallheim? Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All right, Ms. Frank?
I thought we were going round robin.
I will do round robin. I was just seeing if anybody opt to the, okay, Ms. Corkadell.
I will not be supporting this.
Okay. I will not take you, Ms. Schallheim, because we'll come back to you as the motion maker. Ms. Dent?
No comment.
Mr. McGrath?
No comment.
Mr. Silkworth?
No comment.
Ms. Frank?
I definitely have comments. This amendment pulls out all of the references to the government flags that represent our state, county, and references to instructional use, but encourages self-expression. Are we educating students or giving an ideological platform? Are we encouraging education or expression with this amendment? With the recent proficiency scores, I think we should focus more on the educational aspect of the Board of Education. I find it...
That's a disruption. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
I find it hypocritical that we want to enshrine in policy that we encourage expression when our own constituents can't freely comment to this board without being interrupted for the measly 2 minutes they are allotted. It is a sad parody of democracy to encourage free speech for some while shutting down the folks who pay for this building and every wall where these flags would be hung.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Ms. Ellis, did I see a light from you? Okay, all right. Is there any need to go around again? No. Okay. Ms. Schulheim.
I never thought this policy was worth the time in committee nor the paper it's printed on, but if we're going to scurry down a rabbit hole, we might as well make it an enabling policy and not a restrictive one, and that's what I'm aiming to do. It doesn't restrict the display of the Maryland flag, Anne Arundel County flag, or Annapolis City flag, but basically continues with the status quo. I've heard a lot about wanting politics out of our classrooms, and so I took from Maryland state law a way to do that in a definition of what it means to be a political organization or a political party. You want the politics out, that's the way to do it. So that's why I brought these amendments, and I look for my colleagues' support. And if not, we'll see how the vote comes down third reader, shall we?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Schulheim. All right. Ms. Howell, I think we're ready for a vote.
Ms. Corkadell?
No.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Nay.
Mr. McGrath?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
1 in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, motion
7.
fails. I'm sorry, 7. 7, motion fails.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have some general comments if you're
Okay, well, let's go around again if there are additional. Ms. Corkadell.
I will be making final comments during the third reader, and I'm continuing to listen to everyone. But I am just going to say that vigorous discourse and debate is appropriate, and that can be a very good telling lesson as someone who was on the debate team. In one of my past lives, I got to say that there's a lot of good educational lessons to be learned. But when we deviate from decency and respect as human beings to human beings, feel the need to disrupt, can be viewed as intimidation. And the lack of civility while we debate the American flag, I am very, very disappointed. Our students need to see adults that can respect one another, can disagree with one another without feeling the need to come to such simplistic terms as interruptions and displays of vocals, not necessarily of words, to try to intimidate. This is not what our students should be seeing. And although I've heard from every single side on about the flags, what I've also heard is concern about being able to come to a board meeting and do so safely. And so I hope as we continue to work through this proposal that we can maybe reassess how we act in public, how we treat one another, and consider for a minute that civility is not just an option, but is necessary for true peace and compassion with one another as human beings to human beings. And I'm just not seeing enough of that these days. I hope we can change the tide at some point.
Thank you. Ms. Shulhan.
Yes, I definitely have some more comments to make. So, I kind of knew where the amendments were going to go, but I had to give it the honest effort to try to make the policy better. Even if it's putting lipstick on a pig. But I offer the following. So after listening to the commentary during the last two meetings, this meeting, the media coverage on this topic to District 5 constituents, as well as to the broader community from every corner of the county over the past 30 days, I offer the following. While we are all Americans, I would argue that all of us are more than the stars and stripes. We are a country of immigrants. Unless you are an indigenous person, you came here from somewhere else at some point in the past. Some of our ancestors came to America to escape horrors elsewhere. Many were forced to come here. Some traveled here willingly. These are facts and part of our history of this country. For some, our flag is a sign of hopes, dreams, and ideals. For others, it's a reminder that we have a long way to go in terms of equality in this country. And for all of us, it's part of who we are, but not all of who we are. Is our flag viewed as a symbol of freedom? Yes, and so it's confounding that we are talking about limiting freedoms with this draft policy. Freedom of speech and expression are First Amendment rights, rights that are enshrined in the Constitution, rights that our soldiers fought and died to obtain for all of us. As we've heard from Dr. Bedell and others, every child needs to feel that they belong so that they can grow and succeed. A move to silence huge groups of students who are so much more than Americans and just want to be seen, heard, and feel a sense of belonging and feel welcomed at their school. Not told that pieces of them don't fit into the narrow boxes outlined in this draft policy and are not fully welcomed just as they are in their school. Remember, this policy is not about adults. It's about our students. It's about their experience, not yours. It's about how they feel. If this policy, if it, God forbid, passes, will hurt children, teachers, and staff. Instead of being concerned with the physical safety and mental health of all students, the spin is that this is about a group that it's just about a group that has never been marginalized or othered at the expense of others. The stripping of rights of most under the guise of protecting others. Coded language. The use of religion to discriminate against others. Regardless of the hurdles unnecessarily thrown in our students' way, no policy, however cruel, will make Black and Brown, LGBTQ+, and students with disabilities disappear. You cannot take away their humanity, so you can pretend they don't deserve to be full members of their schools or that they don't exist. Remember that policy IKA and regulation IKA-RA opening and patriotic exercises govern the display, care, and custody of the American flag at each AACPS school and in each classroom, and it was just passed 8-0 this evening. This policy works to ban in a similar way to other places in this state and country all other flags under the false flag of patriotism, politics, and religion. As we have learned from public testimony since first reader, this is about banning pride and Black Lives Matter flags, full stop. But draft policy IS does more than that. It also bans military flags, JROTC flags, college pennants, sports flags. Those will all disappear. Elevate all students, eliminate all gaps. Let's look through the MABE equity lens at this restrictive policy and see if it others groups of students, staff, and teachers. Yes, it absolutely does. Military students, teachers, and staff. Students, teachers, and staff with disabilities. Black and Brown students, teachers, and staff. Those whose country of origin is outside the U.S., and yes, also LGBTQ+ students, teachers, and staff. Additionally, this policy as written would place a huge burden on our administrators. We've just heard from two of our bargaining groups about this, and they're both opposed, including the one that represents our administrators. Are we really going to put one more thing on their plates, really, and in an economy where we have shortages in every corner of the school system? So now on top of the endless tasks that administrators would already manage, now they'll have to make decisions that inevitably include, and in other words, no consistency across schools and facilities. And what about the tension that this will inevitably create between teachers and administrators who want to display, teachers who want to display a flag of inclusion and love, such as the pride flag, and their administrator disagrees? Talk about opening a wholly unnecessary can of worms. We have a republic if we can keep it, unless substantially amended between now and the final vote on July 12th. I am a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dent.
First of all, I want to say, I think at the last meeting, I encouraged comments. I still stand by that. But I want to say that at my core, I've always and will always strive to foster an inclusive and respectful environment, not only just for the faculty, but for our students. I can tell you that after reading through, and no, Dr. Tobin, I did not read through all 1,600 comments, but after reading through so many of the comments, I'm lost for words at how hurtful, how painful, at the same time, how encouraging the freedom of expression has occurred. And that is called democracy. So I think that for me, even as we sit here this afternoon and everybody is here this late hour, it tells me the importance of this. So Ms. Schallheim, I appreciate you taking the due diligence to add your comments, to take the due diligence to make sure the policy means what it does to you and for the people that you represent. I too have taken meetings from stakeholders, more than 17 meetings from stakeholders that want to talk about the policy, where the direction of the policy is going, and what the policy means and what it doesn't mean. What I will tell you is that the public school system is a place of education. And for me, that doesn't mean limiting education. It means that the national flag should not be a consideration of whether it's being displayed or not. I, for one, have served this country 28 years, and I won't ever stand here and tell you that our national flag is at risk of not being displayed. I will also tell you that that flag represents everybody under that flag. That does not in no means that I don't think that any other flag of any other culture, any other race, any other history, and historical events should not be displayed. But I will tell you that I want to be at a place to where the American flag represents all. And I'd say this as a Black person standing here, that I don't feel like an immigrant in the United States of America. I am not going to say that as a person of color, that somehow or another, the flag, this policy somehow or another negates that Black Lives Matter doesn't matter. It still does matter. That the Pride community, LGBTQIA+ community doesn't matter. I see the passion in the room of what it means. But I will tell you that the policy directs a whole lot more than that. The policy was stricken, and the strive for that, for me, was to foster an environment that was inclusive. And somehow or another, it became very divisive. It hasn't brought together anything other than a lot more divisive. And it saddens me that Anne Arundel County public cannot come together. And please provide me comments that brings things together, not things that continue to separate. It has become very, very, very hard for me to decide which direction to go. I just want to throw my hands up in the air and say, why do we have the policy in the beginning? I asked that question over and over again. After sitting here reading through so many comments, I know why we have the policy. because why you all are in the room tonight. That's why we have the policy. Because there's so many people that walks the hall of Anne Arundel County Public Schools that don't feel represented, that feel underrepresented, that feel afraid to speak. And it's not just on the Pride and on the Pride and Black Lives Matter community. There are others that are sitting on Make America, or the Make America Great Again flag. They don't feel represented either. So the flag needs to be, the policy needs to be inclusive. And I don't know if there's a way, and I'm not going to promise you, and I won't promise you something I can't deliver. That's for officers to do, sir. Okay? I mean this in wholeheartedly, that we have to find a way to work together, to be here together so that all students feel inclusive. And if this policy is this divisive, then I think the policy needs to not only be reevaluated, but I think the policy is not a policy that needs to stand here in Anne Arundel County. Thank you.
Mr. McGrath.
When I previously spoke on this matter, I wanted to stress the importance of respect to my upbringing and why I opposed the policy. I want to say that I respect everyone here today because they came for what they believed in. And I just want to say that people of faith have come here today, and I respect that. But what unifies all Abrahamic religions, I respect my Muslim brothers and sisters who have come out here today, is that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, himself said that none of you truly believe until you love your brother as well, what you want for him. And I think while you may disagree with me when I believe that the Pride flag and Black Lives Matter flag is important and it helps our students, we need to believe our other community members. We need to love them. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, there's a difference between liking your brother and loving your brother. You don't have to like them, you have to love them. And I feel that loving your brother includes giving this support to our community members. I respect you. I disagree with you on this matter, but I understand. I'm just saying that I need to love my fellow community member. And I think to love your fellow community member would be to oppose this policy. But I have no hate for anyone here.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth.
Oh, Zach, you are such a tough act to follow, isn't it, Tanisha? I hadn't planned on making some of the comments that I may make right now. The first thing I want to do is respond to Ms. Dent. I did read all of the emails, 1,600. It's almost 300 pages. I read every single one. And actually, there were some heart-wrenching stories in those emails. I'm going to say to each and every person in this room tonight, I respect each and every one of you for your caring enough and for your willingness to come out tonight or send your emails to advocate for your beliefs. I just want to make a few comments about, I taught for a few years, and I've said this to several of my colleagues over the past couple weeks. I have been so encouraged. I went to 13 graduations, and we talked about respect for not just for that great American flag. And by the way, I spent 6 years in the military, so I have the utmost respect for that. As I watched our students in graduation showing respect, not only for the flag when we had our national anthem or the pledge, but also for one another as they honored one another as they walked across the stage. It was amazing. I've had the privilege over my career to be an announcer. Nobody has seen the respect in Anne Arundel County Public Schools and amongst our Anne Arundel County students than I have. at the beginning of every athletic event or other events that I've announced, I always make the statement, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your headgear as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. As I looked out at everyone in the stadium, everyone is standing facing the flag and their hands over their hearts. Students, people in the crowd, everyone. I taught for a long time. And I will tell you that you all know me. It's a relationship. I'm a relationship guy. The first couple of weeks was always about relationships. And we've had this rule about the Pledge of Allegiance in our schools for a long time. And there were times when I had some students that I didn't think that they were showing the respect for that flag that I thought that they should. I didn't yell and scream and holler at them. What I did do was I let them watch a video of Red Skelton. Now, that kind of dates me. Red Skelton. He did a video in his TV show, and in that, he speaks to the students of America, and he says, let me tell you about the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I suggest that everybody go out on YouTube and take a look at that, because I will tell you that every time I did that, not one student in my classroom would continue to sit down. They would stand up and they would respect our American flag. I also think about, what if I were to decide to retire and be a rehirer? Well, if I did, I couldn't go back and be the same guy I was, because first thing I ever did was to put the United States American flag and the Maryland flag in my room every single year. First thing I did. But I also put other flags, French-speaking country flags, Spanish-speaking country flags. But I also had other things up on my wall. I had other posters or whatever. For instance, I knew that my students needed to know if they were in crisis, they needed to know what to do. So we had this big poster that had a hotline number for them. They also saw this big bully blocker poster that I had up on my wall. I was a bully blocker, and no one that I knew in my class was either going to be a bully or was going to be subjected to bullies. My students knew, based upon the relationship that I built with them, that they were in a safe place. I've been a good listener. I'm going to continue to be a good listener. I've read the 1,600 emails, and I really want our focus to be on student outcomes. That's where we should be. We're not here to vote the policy tonight, and I will continue to be a good listener, but at this point in time, I will probably not be supporting this policy.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
Yes, I have some amendments that I would like to submit. I've sent them to Ms. Howell. Ms. Howell, could you please send out amendment number 1? Under position, Article C, I add a number 5, which is actually the very similar language as Ms. Schalheim had. So I am going to move that we add item number 5. Nothing in this policy is intended nor shall be construed to limit the right of any individual AACPS employee, student, volunteer, or visitor to adorn their person or personal belongings with such items as buttons, pins, clothing designs, or jewelry that may incorporate a flag or flag-like design, provided such an item does not violate state law or board policy, including, but not limited to, policy JCD, student attire and personal appearances, policy JCDA, student uniforms, and their corresponding regulations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I will go around. Ms. Corkadell.
Regardless of my vote on the final, I do believe that it's important for us to listen to the folks. And as Ms. Frank is the person who asked for this policy draft to come before us. Seeing that she is being responsive to that compels me to support this amendment at this time. And I believe it solves and clarifies some of the points of contention that some have raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sholin?
Yes, this was very similar to one of the ones that I wanted, but to be honest, without the entire package that I provided, I can't support this nor the policy as it is before us, and so I'm a no.
Thank you. Ms. Dent?
Ms. Frank, could you clarify where this is going for me? I thought is it in?
This clarifies, there were some concerns about First Amendment. So we already have policy that regulates what students are, or students, employees, visitors, et cetera, anyone in the building is or is not allowed to wear. So this is just a clarifying piece of policy to explain that the main policy does not affect these items because they are already outlined in policy.
Thank you.
Mr. McGrath?
No comments or questions at this time.
Mr. Silkworth?
No comments.
I will skip over you, Ms. Frank. Ms. Ellis?
I just feel it does sort of clear up some concerns. So I'll support.
Okay. So I think we've addressed the questions and comments. So if that's the case, then Ms. Frank.
Yes, we had a significant amount of public comment, and even before the public comment, we got a lot of emails, and one of the major concerns that was sent to us and explained to us was the concerns about First Amendment and freedom of speech. This policy does not interfere with personal freedom of speech, but because I'm trying to be reactive to the concerns of the public, I do believe that expressing that this has nothing to do with your personal freedom of speech is very important in this policy.
Okay, thank you. So I believe we're ready to vote.
Ms. Frank moved to amend Section C, position, and add number 5. Nothing in this policy is intended nor shall be construed to limit the right of any individual, AACPS employee, student, volunteer, or visitor to adorn their person or personal belongings with such items as buttons, pins, clothing, designs, or jewelry that may incorporate a flag or flag-like design, provided such an item does not violate state law or board policy, including but not limited to Policy JCD, student attire and personal appearance, Policy JCDA, student uniforms, and their corresponding regulations. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Shalhan?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
5 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
I
Frank,
have-
do you have additional?
I have additional amendments. Ms. Howell, could you please send the board amendment number 2? Thank you. I move to add the language, in addition to the display of the American flag as required by state law and AACPS board policy IKA, to the next piece of number 2, which is the display of the Maryland state flag, Anne Arundel County flag, and Annapolis City flag are encouraged wherever appropriate and practicable.
Okay, so that's your motion, Ms. Frank?
Yes.
Second.
May we have a second? All right, I will go around. Ms. Corkadell?
This appears to be a technical cleanup, and so I will be supporting it.
Ms. Shalin?
I don't support the policy, nor will I support this.
Ms. Dent? Mr. McGrath?
No comment.
Mr. Silkworth?
No comment.
Ms. Ellis? Okay. Ms. Frank, would you like to add any additional comments?
This was introduced to clarify and to also revert back to the main purpose of this, which is that there is a standing board policy which explains the patriotic exercises, and that this is also, this policy dovetails with Maryland state law.
Okay. Ms. Howell, I think we're ready to vote.
Ms. Frank moved to amend Section C, position number 2. In addition to the display of the American flag as required by Maryland law and AACPS Board Policy IKA, the display of the Maryland state flag, Anne Arundel County flag, and Annapolis City flag are encouraged wherever appropriate and practicable. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. McGrath?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
4-4, motion fails.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Frank, do you have additional amendments?
Ms. Howell, could you please send Amendment 3? I move to add to number 3, the display of flags other than the American flag, Maryland flag, and Anne Arundel County flag and City of Annapolis flag shall be limited to add the language or flag-like banners with a bona fide educational purpose, and then add including but not limited to flags of other nations, flags or banners that denote a recognition of school achievement such as Blue Ribbon School, Green School, PBIS School, etc., and MPSSAA, or similar sport tournament banners recognizing the participation or accomplishments of an AACPS school team.
Okay, so
Second.
that is open. We have a second. All right. So we will go around. Ms. Corkadell?
Again, as with the First Amendment being proposed by Ms. Frank, I do believe it is being responsive to some of the concerns that have come before us. And so I will be supporting it.
Ms. Schallheim?
And yet military flags still off the table, pride flags, obvious reason for this policy to begin with, Black Lives Matter flags. I mean, at least we're saying the quiet part out loud, I guess, but I'm a no on this policy amendment and the whole policy.
Ms. Dent?
So I appreciate Ms. Frank working to try to get this to a amendment that would try to represent some of the comments. I still think that this amendment needs some work so that it's a little bit more, or a lot more inclusive. So I won't be supporting this amendment because I think it needs a lot more work. Thank you.
Mr. McGrath?
I concur with the statements of Ms. Dent, Ms. Schallheim.
Mr. Silkworth?
No comment.
Ms. Ellis?
Only that the amendments I've seen so far are clarifying the policy before us, so I'll support it.
I will say, in some sense, an amendment like this adds to my concern about this policy because it articulates further a particular set of flags that we would support and some that we would not, outside of what is already in our other policies. So I will not be in support of this. Ms. Frank?
Yes, the purpose of this policy was to denote, but not limiting what a bona fide educational purpose was, as the public had many concerns over what that would be. This outlines some of those potential flags that would be flown. To Ms. Schallheim's point, no, there are certain flags not included, and one of those would be the pro-life flag, which I would love to see in certain classrooms, but that was not included either. Flags of other nations, however, is included, and as we've had many concerns about French flags in French class or Spanish flags in Spanish class, I thought that this was a very relevant policy to bring before this board. This board is not debating the main motion. This board is debating only the amendments. I also believe that accomplishments that are in recognition of achievement contribute to an educational purpose. So I included all of those because the point of this amendment is about education. It is not about expression. It is about what is included in an educational situation. So that is the purpose of this amendment.
All right, thank you. I think that concludes the comments on this amendment. So, Ms. Howell, I think we're ready to vote.
Ms. Frank moved to amend Section C, position number 3. The display of flags other than the American flag, Maryland flag, Anne Arundel County flag, and Annapolis City flag shall be limited to flags or flag-like banners with a bona fide educational purpose, including but not limited to flags of other nations, flags or banners that denote a recognition of school achievement such as Blue Ribbon School, Green School, PBIS School, etc., and MPSSAA or similar sport tournament banners recognizing the participation or accomplishments of an AACPS school team. Ms. Schallheim, I'm sorry, Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim.
Nay.
Ms. Dent. Mr. McGrath.
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth.
Nay.
Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Nay.
3-5, motion fails.
Ms. Howell, did I send you an amendment 4? I move to add amendments to the issue portion of this proposed policy to read, the board is committed to honoring the flag of the United States of America as a proud and patriotic symbol. Back to this, of this country's national ideals, add including freedom and democracy, strike and pride. Policy IKA and Regulation IKA-RA, opening patriotic exercises, govern the display, care, and custody of the American flag at each AACPS public school and in each classroom. Add in accordance with Maryland law, in addition to the display of the American flag, comma, or period, and then create uppercase T. The board also supports, strike promotes the display of the Maryland state flag, Anne Arundel County flag, and Annapolis City flag, strike in addition to the display of the American flag, except for strike flags that promote, add the previously noted national, state, and local government, strike pride, add flags. The display of flags on board property and in AACPS shall be limited to those with a bona fide educational purpose.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Corkadell.
Again, I think it's providing more clarity in the language and we'll be supporting it. However, I am going to say when a member is speaking, the continual disruptions that I just saw displayed against Ms. Frank and now against myself is exactly what I think everybody was referring to, including the little snippets. We are here to conduct a business meeting respectfully, and regardless of how you feel about this policy, especially, I have not stated an opinion on this yet, But I am growing very concerned that this is turning more into a personal show than it is actually a debate and deliberation for our business meetings. Now, I thought we were pretty clear at the beginning of the meeting, Dr. Tobin, that this behavior will not be tolerated. And as the evening has progressed, so has the disruptions. I hope moving forward that we will be properly presided over so that we can continue uninterrupted to deliberate, whether it's from a member or someone observing our meetings. I don't find that respectful, and I don't believe that is what we as AACPS as a family are all about. Please, folks, we're all human beings here. And how long do you want the meeting? Because I'll just keep on reiterating myself every time I'm interrupted, reminding everyone, this is not appropriate debate. If you're called upon to speak, then you speak.
Ms. Schulheim.
Yeah, just like the others, I'm against the entire policy and this amendment, and we'll be voting no.
Ms. Dent. Mr. McGrath.
No comment.
Mr. Silkworth.
No comment.
Ms. Ellis.
Just that this doesn't clarify things for me, so I'm not going to support this particular amendment.
Okay. Ms. Frank.
There were a couple of areas where there's some technical amendments. I would still like to, if this amendment fails, include the technical amendment. And other than that, again, the purpose, some of the amendments, including freedom and democracy, they're intended to tie the policy back to what the purpose of the policy is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to vote. Ms. Howell.
Ms. Frank moved to amend Section B, issue. The board is committed to honoring the flag of the United States of America as a proud and patriotic symbol of this country's national ideals, including freedom and democracy. Policy IKA and Regulation IKA-RA, opening and patriotic exercises, govern the display, care, and custody of the American flag at each AACPS public school and in each classroom in accordance with the Maryland law. In addition to the display of the American flag, the board also supports the display of the American state flag, Anne Arundel County flag, and Annapolis City flag, except for the previously noted national, state, and local government flags. The display of flags on board property and in AACPS shall be limited to those with a bona fide educational purpose. Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim.
Nay.
Ms. Dent. Mr. McGrath.
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth.
Nay.
Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
Dr. Tobin.
Nay.
2 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, motion fails.
And I have one final amendment to offer. I would like to strike under position number 4, a school principal or principal's designee shall be authorized to determine when necessary what constitutes a bona fide education purpose for the display of a flag, subject to the guidance of AACPS legal office or other officials in the superintendent's office on any issues that may arise concerning this policy.
Second.
All right. Are we going to be receiving that one, Ms. Howell? Is that, okay, that's just read, okay. So, Ms. Corkadell.
Again, supporting for technical purposes, I think is appropriate, and I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Ms. Schulheim.
Yeah, this doesn't get me here, just like the rest. A no on this amendment and a no on the policy.
Ms. Dent. Mr. McGrath.
No comment.
Mr. Silkworth.
No comment.
Ms. Ellis.
Yeah, I would support this because I believe if a policy is to pass, it's up to the superintendent to implement it. So.
Okay. Ms. Frank.
The purpose of this was to be reflective of some of the concerns that were brought specifically by some of our principal bargaining units, and to give Dr. Bedell the maximum flexibility that he could in developing regulations. Whether you are planning to vote for the main motion or not, I would also remind you that making this policy the best policy moving forward is prudent for a body. So even if you do not support the main motion, if you believe that there are specific problems within the policy, I do believe that it is incumbent upon you to support those amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I believe we're ready to vote. Ms. Howell.
Ms. Frank, can you repeat your motion, please?
To strike number 4 under C position.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Wait, point of order. What was it to strike the whole of 4? I thought it added language too. Did it not? Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't emailed to us, so I don't have it in front of me, but I don't think anything's going to get me there. Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Yay.
Mr. McGrath?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
I'm sorry. 4-4 motion fails.
Ms. Frank, do you have any additional
Comments. We're in the comment portion now, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have no more amendments. Unless something just came through. No, okay. I have no more amendments, but I do have some things that I would like to discuss as well. First of all, there was a lot of public comment, and it took a very long time to get through it. And I still have some pieces of comment that I want to go through and pull, but I will be discussing that in a moment. We heard a lot from the public discussing the Trevor Project and some of the mental health statistics that the Trevor Project is citing. So I wanted to see what that was and dig into that. The Trevor Project's statistics are an online survey which self-reported and was meant for people 14 to 24, but there is no validity on who answers those questions. As a 100-question survey, it is more likely that casual surveillance would not be included in the final tally. And it is a clear bias due to the self-selection by individuals who have negative experiences. The content and methodology on the mental health of LGBTQ participants was reviewed by an independent institutional review board. The two main roles of IRBs are providing an independent evaluation that proposed research that is ethically acceptable. The second is evaluating compliance with regulations and laws designed to protect human subjects. Let me be clear. This does not in any way mean that these numbers are valid. It only means that they were reviewed and have been conducted in a manner that was not unethical or unsafe. There was another comment that used the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and this comment stated that this organization put out a map of condensed suicides per state, so that you would have all of the country, or all of the states of the country would have a suicide map. So if there were more suicides in one state than another, that would be denoted upon this map. Being very politically savvy and understanding how the breakdown of red versus blue states looks on a map, the comment was that suicides were condensed in red states. I can tell you, being somewhat of an expert in this field, that is not true. If you look at Oregon, which is in a very high determinant of suicides, they are not a red state. If you look at Texas and Florida, which are at the lower end of the suicides, those are both red states in any metric that you look at. And Nebraska is also in the middle range, and they are extremely red. So some of the data that we have been provided is incorrect. I would like to clear the record on that point. Some folks have stated that they represent brown and black or LGBTQ people. I can assure you that no one in this room represents everyone else. You cannot speak for an entire community. I travel the state, and now I travel the country, working with conservative, Black and brown and minorities. I traveled the country working with people of a myriad of different expressions and sexualities. And there is no one in this room who represents all of those people. We got an email today from a friend who tried to enter into public comment, and he represents a conservative statewide organization. And his viewpoints were very clearly outlined that the pride movements and the pride flags represent an ideology. They do not represent a people. And I'm going to reiterate that point over and over and over. It is not hate for a people to disagree with an ideology. It is not a dislike of other human beings to not want to be exposed to other people's ideology. There has been quite a bit of talk about hate the last couple of weeks. As I went through the 200 and something pages, I pulled the hateful comments about people who are supporting this policy. And there are pages and pages and pages, and I think I'm at 12 pages of hateful, divisive, and horrendous comments. When we say things like children are watching, children have computers too. So when public comment was submitted and there were thousands of comments and pages upon pages of hateful, divisive rhetoric against people who would support this policy, it is unacceptable for adults to do that. So I'm going to read to you some of these hateful, divisive comments, and you can let me know if this is okay. This is such a silly matter, but it's a slippery slope, and I'm worried about what will come next as extremist and hate groups such as Moms of Liberty get a foothold in our society and now in our country. Public schools fall into the Moms of Liberty step 1 of the Nazi playbook to ban flags in public classrooms. Rainbow flags are not hate flags. This policy is nothing more than a political maneuver by those on the right who are doing anything possible to suppress support for groups with which they disagree, as they lose their long-held power over marginalized groups, including people of color, women, members of the LGBTQIA community, and members of non-Christian faiths. People in support of this policy are shrewdly attempting to enlist the government in their efforts to silence these voices through any means necessary. Ardent right-wing individuals who fear that their grip on power may be slipping and who proclaim that their God commands them to hate their neighbors suffer no harm at the sight of a pride flag. I would invite that individual to come into this room and see the rainbow of colors that we have tonight, who are not all white Christian nationalists. This is an obvious ploy to give hate groups a foothold, to further influence control the environment, to prevent erosion of their perceived power over targeted groups. This is a dangerous and hateful turn of policy, as it has no place in our schools which celebrate all of our students. LGBTQ individuals are under threat politically and socially in our country, and giving into hate groups such as Moms for Liberty opens the door for further repression and bigotry. It is cowardly to appease terrorists. Right now, there is a foolish, rude, and violent backlash against CRT, against LGBTQ rights. The people who propose this idea of banning flags, but state and federal flags, don't want Black students to feel empowered. They don't want queer students to exist or be visible. In short, the proponents of this initiative are bigots and terrorists. You don't negotiate with terrorists, both because it is morally repugnant and because it will never, ever truly appease them. If you give an inch, they'll ask for more aggressive bans later. Don't start helping the first step of white nationalism and Christo-fascism. This proposed policy is nothing short of schoolyard bullying. There is a wave of bigotry and hate going around in our country, especially targeting the LGBTQ plus community, and I don't want it, and I don't want AACPS to be any part of it. We have a word for people who want to limit freedom of speech, thought, and expression for others, and the word is fascists, who are fundamentally undemocratic and anti-American. The proposed policy is a naked attempt by fascists to harm our LGBTQ plus and our Black and brown neighbors. Fascists have no place making laws in Anne Arundel County. The constant barrage of anti-gay sentiment is damaging our children and communities. Maybe stop taking any suggestions, such as one by a group who has been labeled as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. Accepting it will crack the door to fascism, white nationalism, and hate. Just because those proposing the policy seem innocuous, they are truly nefarious and members of a recognized hate group bent on taking over schools to dictate what can be taught, what can be read, and damaging our children. Reject this policy and reject hate. It goes on and on and on and on for pages. I could sit here and read you all of the pages, but we wouldn't get out of here until past God knows when. There's another quote that says that it is nothing more than a stepping stone for the hate group Moms for Liberty to get into our schools and dictate policies to reflect their beliefs. That was sent dozens upon dozens of times, that exact quote. I believe I was up to 48 when I stopped being able to copy and paste. Public comment is part of the public record. The people who oppose this policy have said that it is because these flags promote kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. Please tell me how these viewpoints lead to a more kind, accepting, and inclusive community. In fact, reading through these divisive comments was incredibly difficult as an adult. Providing neutrality and ideology is the only way to create a safe space for all children in AACPS. This is the time to make our classrooms about instruction. If someone has religious beliefs that are offended, what is their recourse? And what is the process that this board suggests without enacting policy? America's public schools are the nurseries of democracy, and to dissent is the highest form of patriotism. Now, please tell me how students who disagree with these ideological flags are expected to feel included or accepted if they dissent. If we were truly here for all students, then it includes those who may disagree with charged ideology. The only way to create actual inclusion is to stop forcing divisive ideology upon students.
Thank you.
I'm not finished.
Okay, Ms. Frank.
There was one comment that struck me that I wanted to include that I felt very positive. I am both an employee of AACPS and a resident of Anne Arundel County, and I wanted to briefly implore you to pass this proposed policy. I would argue that if those flags are the only things making students feel welcomed and safe in our buildings, we have a much deeper, more extensive work to do on all fronts. I think we sometimes hide behind flags, feeling as though posting them, we've done our part. I thought that that was incredibly touching, incredibly moving, and I wanted to share because I absolutely agree. I would like to close by saying some on this board have stated things like they are bully blockers, and I have just shown this board a great deal of bullying. Now, what are we going to do about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Ms. Ellis, did you have additional comments?
I do have a statement to share this evening. And please bear with me, as this is likely the most difficult topic I will speak on, as I worry few will truly listen and hear me, and my words will likely be misconstrued by many. Indeed, even some close to me will likely misunderstand much of what I am about to say. But I must speak. If I move just a few people to thought, then my words will not go in vain. First, I want to thank the many members of our school community for engaging and sharing your thoughts on the proposed policy IS regarding this display of flags in the classroom. I have heard and read many thoughtful perspectives both in support and opposition of the proposed policy. My perspective evolves as I continue to gather information that will ultimately determine my vote on this policy. To those who don't know me, I see all people as individuals, and I see my responsibility to protect the individuality of every student and their freedom to develop their own thoughts and beliefs based on a rich curriculum and their own lived experience. In fact, I share the following quote from East of Eden, a work by John Steinbeck, when I speak at graduations. And this, I believe, that the free, exploring mind of the individual human is the most valuable thing in the world. And this I would fight for, the freedom of the mind to take any direction it wishes, undirected. And this I must fight against any idea, religion, or government which limits or destroys the individual. This is what I am and I am about. So I'm going to get personal here for a moment, and this is where it gets really hard. There are many dearly beloved people in my life that identify along the LGBTQ+ spectrum. Some are family members, and many are close friends of my kids who I love like my own as I watched them grow, and now many as adults. I support each and every one of them fully in their identity, feelings, and beliefs. I also have many people in my life who I love dearly that consider their deeply held religious and/or philosophical beliefs to be significant to their own identity. Many families within our school system, within our school community, of varying faiths feel similarly. I also support each of them in their beliefs and know none of them to be hateful toward those who view the world differently. To disagree with someone is not to hate them. So let me share some of my thoughts and observations as we continue to discuss and consider this policy before its third reading and ultimate vote. First, as with any policy or important decision involving our students, I believe every member here is trying to do what is best for students, even when we disagree, and I'm truly disheartened by those who believe otherwise. Here is how I do read the proposed policy. What policy IS does not do is exclude anyone for any reason or make anyone feel like they do not belong. Policy IS appears to focus on our students' commonalities and creating a learning environment for all. This policy is not a denial of any student's rights or personhood, including the right to feel safe in the classroom. This policy seems intended to prevent imposing any ideology on our students, as the classroom wall is part of the school building. Perhaps most importantly, this policy as written does not prevent any student from expressing themselves, including on their clothing or property. I am a huge advocate for personal expression. I'm also very much in favor of student groups that provide the space for students to connect with those with shared experiences and beliefs. No one should feel alone in our school buildings. I have watched and listened carefully to the many comments we have received over the past few weeks, and no, I have not nearly finished reading all 1,600, but you can believe before I vote, I will, of the most recent comments. I have also watched as a parent was intimidated in the boardroom while others tried to shut her voice out by intentionally coughing over her during her time to speak. I watched other parents being challenged by a member of the board during their time to speak as they tried to convey their feelings of not being heard or represented in the boardroom. I have heard my colleague called horrific names for bringing a concern to the board at the request of her constituents. Is this what diversity and inclusion looks like? One thing I've learned with certainty is that there is a huge amount of support among our school community for our LGBTQ plus students. While the amount of passion on display has led to some unfortunate incidents of intolerance of others, I am still so heartened that being a student with gender and or sexual differences is nothing like it was when I was in school. And these students have a tremendous and increasing support system. Here's the tricky part that I believe many find difficult. To disagree with the LGBTQ plus messaging in schools, on school walls, is not a rejection of LGBTQ plus students. To disagree with a message is not to hate the messenger. Many who are concerned about any type of messaging about sex and gender in the classroom can accept the idea of to each their own, live and let live. What many are concerned about is promoting any sort of ideas about gender or sexuality that go against their own beliefs. I will say again, to disagree with someone is not to hate them. I contend that putting up flags that challenge the religious beliefs of so many in our school community may actually be a violation of the separation of church and state. It is not our place or our right as a school system to impose ideas onto children as they are still developing and learning about who they are. As much as we all want to protect our most vulnerable students, it is not in our purview as a state agency to raise them. We need to be partners with our parents, all of them, not some self-imposed moral authority. No doubt, ignorance still exists, and there are still those who wish to impose their own beliefs on others. But the best way to counter ignorance is to model true inclusivity. This means ensuring every student, no matter their identity or background, is included. By treating every student with dignity and making each student feel valued as all work toward the common goal of learning, it is students' similarities that become the focus, not their differences. Yes, differences should be valued, and that is how we learn from each other when the circumstances allow. The classroom should be a place of neutrality for ideas to be developed and expressed, not forced upon students. I am positive this will contribute much more toward the worldview that many are seeking than any type of identifying flag that lifts some up while making others feel left out. Research shows a lower incidence of mental health issues for LGBTQ plus students. Research shows a lower incidence of mental health issues for LGBTQ plus students when schools have policies in place supporting them. We have several policies with accompanying regulations to ensure students are respected and feel safe. Policy JCCA, bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, and intimidation, adopted June of 2009 and revised September of 2019. Policy JO, bias behavior and language, September 2019 was adopted. Policy JQ, safe and inclusive environments for LGBTQ plus students, adopted June of 2021. As stated in these policies, it is the board's expectation that they are enforced for all students. So I want to say specifically to our LGBTQ plus students, you belong. As long as you are true to yourself, you are not wrong. I want you to know you are loved and accepted. And most importantly, I want you to love yourself. Know your rights under our policies. If for any reason you do not feel safe, please reach out to a trusted adult. School system staff are trained and able to get you the help you need, whether it is reporting a bully, concerns outside of school, or just someone to talk to. AACPS is full of compassionate staff that care about you. I also supported the board's resolution stating that Black Lives Matter with my vote. I had a very thoughtful conversation with my colleague, Mr. Smith, around the language of this important resolution. This board and the school system have been relentless in our commitment to closing gaps and providing educational opportunities to lift our Black and Brown students, and this is most recently demonstrated by this board's unanimous appointment of our superintendent, Mark Bedell. We still have work to do, and no one is more qualified and committed to ensuring every student feels seen in their classroom and in the curriculum than Dr. Bedell. The students I worry about are those that may not be seen or feel heard, who do not have a movement behind them. They exist throughout our school system from many different backgrounds and facing many different challenges. Let me be clear. I am not against flags as symbols representing individuals or the freedom of expression. Hang your flags on your cars, your homes, your businesses, wherever you feel it will make a difference for you. I just question whether our classroom walls, a place that needs to be safe for all students, is the right place. While I'm still listening and learning, I am certain that we need to do better to spread the message that every student belongs. Hearing parents and teachers tell us that students need flags in classrooms to feel safe makes me worry that certain students are being told that they should not feel safe. We need to change the narrative. We need to teach every student resilience and that it is okay for others to disagree with you, even to disapprove of your views and actions, even to dislike you. Believe it or not, many of our more socially conservative students do accept this truth every day in the classroom. The message should be true to yourself, respect our differences, and whenever possible, embrace them. Beyond that, let's teach reading, writing, and math. Let's provide every student the opportunity to learn in a safe and inclusive environment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've done a round for comments. I've not yet had a chance to say my comments. Ms. Schalheim, I see you have another light. Well, no, you go ahead. No.
I'm just wondering out loud now what we could have done to support student achievement in the hours we've talked about this policy that, again, is a solution in search of a problem. I just wondered.
All right. Thank you. Are there any more comments before I would like to give mine, but anybody else have additional comments? There's been a lot to digest tonight. As Mr. Silkworth said, as we all know, we are only on the second reader of this. The vote on the policy does not happen tonight. I've explained my foundational concerns about the policy, but there's much to listen to and to absorb. First, I have read all 1,600 and whatever comments. I want to thank the community. I've read every one. I appreciate everyone because they all came from people who took the time to write them and to participate in this process. I've said before that I think the democratic process requires this of us, affords us the opportunity to do this. I've lived in many countries in my life where that's just not an option. And so I'm grateful that that opportunity exists here, and I'm especially grateful for the people who have taken the time to write to us and speak to us here about this issue. I I will say, while I'm not a military brat, I'm a foreign service child. I was raised in the life of public service by a father who was a diplomat, who believed the power and difficulty of this country was precisely the fact that the US flag didn't simply represent a homogenous group. It was all that we are as a country, and that by its very definition, it included so many different communities that we all are a part of, that we choose to be a part of. And that's a whole lot simpler in some other countries in this world where you simply are what that flag tells you you are. That's not the case here. I also want to address something that came up in a lot of comments, both that we've heard here, I'm sure more that we will continue to hear, and many of the comments that came in on public comments in support of this policy kept referring to the word division. And Ms. Dent has spoken eloquently about the fact that certainly this policy has shown that there are a lot of divisions, but the reference that kept being made was to the fact that if we enable putting up these various banners and flags, that leads to division. And I do think, for the record, it's worth stating what the sources of division are and are not. Historically, in this country and this community, division has been caused by race, racism, prejudice, and bigotry. The source of division is not those who are standing up for their humanity in the face of racism, prejudice, and bigotry. And I think it's worth remembering that, because the fact remains that while clearly it's evident we have a whole lot of work to do, there are groups of our students who don't just feel uncomfortable, they feel in danger. And that has certainly been articulated through the personal experiences that have been relayed to us by members of the LGBTQ plus community who are students or were students, and other groups who have written in to us. And so I think those are things that we have to remember. I will certainly be weighing that as I think this through. Finally, let me add one thing. We spend a lot of time making it clear through PDs and various other things that we urge our teachers to determine who is in their classroom and how to forge relationships with those students. I'm a old dinosaur of an academic. I've spent a lot of time reading people like Plato, who said, you have to know your student. Otherwise, education is nothing. And I do question something that would take away the autonomy from our teachers when we have worked so hard to urge them to make those connections with their students, when that is what I think most of us remember from our school days. The teacher who saw us, I was an outsider for a whole bunch of reasons, and the teachers who saw me for who I was changed my life. And so I think that's something important. I trust our teachers. I really do. And I think, to Ms. Ellis's point, We all have the same goal in mind here. You see a lot of things, people feel very strongly about where they stand, but I assure you that there are 8 human beings sitting up here who are each doing what they believe to be the best and most compassionate thing for their community and their students and what they hear from their constituencies. We don't agree on the way to get there a lot of the time. But it doesn't mean that we aren't all human beings, just as everybody in this room is a human being and deserve to be seen as such. And so I've tried to maintain some order here tonight. I apologize if I missed some disruptive things. I will continue to try to do that, but I urge the public, again, to support the free and open exchange of these ideas, to recognize that this is a privilege that we have in this country that many people around the world would give their eye teeth to have, and that if we are going to preserve it, we have to do so by respecting the process, understanding that it's a valuable process, and remember that each of us at the end of the day are part of the same community, and at the end of the day, we're all going to have to live together, and we're all going to have to show our kids how to live together. And that's what this is about. So thank you. Thank you for the commentary. Thank you for being here tonight. I believe that will bring us to the next item. I think everybody has had a chance to have their comments.
Dr. Tobin, before we wrap up,
Yes.
I just want to point out that given the amendments that were made to this policy, it will be reposted through
Yes.
Third reading on July 12th when it will be back on before you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. So let's move on to 6.10. I believe I'm in the right place. Yes. It's been a while. Student organizations, code JCL, also on second reading.
Again, for the record, Grace Wilson, Legislative and Policy Specialist. Policy JCL Student Organizations is before the board tonight on second reading after being posted for a 30-day public comment period. We received 4 comments that have been shared with you during that public comment period. The policy was adopted January 18th, 2017, and is being updated for style, formatting, and to add legal references. And with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Okay. On this one, I don't think I will go around unless those are, I see a light from Ms. Frank.
Regarding this policy and all of the policies that we have worked through tonight, Ms. Wilson, I just want to thank you very, very much for your professionalism, your calmness, and your ability to help this board navigate through all of these policies and amendment. I greatly appreciate your work.
Of course.
Thank you. I echo that, Ms. Wilson. Thank you. All right, so I think that brings us to the end of the policy section.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So we will now be moving to section 7, public comments on non-agenda items. I am not going to read again the very long statement. I hope everybody heard them the first time and that the rules are clear, but let me add one more comment. This is explicitly a section on non-agenda items. The board added this to our agendas because we had concerns brought to us from the community that they wanted the opportunity to be able to speak on non-agenda items, and we believed that was important. However, if there is any attempt to tie public comment on non-agenda items to an agenda item, I will have to stop your public comment, okay? Because we have to stick to what we have set up in our agenda. So with that, I am going to call the first 5 individuals who will be often offering public comment. Ms. Kim Prada, Ms. Katie Davis, Ms. Jennifer Fold, Ms. Latoya Nkonglo, and Kelly Cornwell. All right. Ms. Prada, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Kim Prada. Over the past few months, and tonight especially, it has become abundantly clear that AACPS is in dire need of a political neutrality policy. Those who actively promote personal political ideologies in our classrooms are creating an adversarial environment for those with differing beliefs. Schools are required to censor religion, so why doesn't the same apply to political ideologies? It's one thing to discuss politics as part of an academic debate, but it's entirely another to introduce personal opinion in an educational setting. As Dr. Bedell stated in his post-entry plan, we have to create a true sense of community where all students see themselves as belonging in the space they occupy and not needing to adapt to someone else's space. We can't talk about everyone belonging if we really don't mean everyone. Our educators are seen by students as authority figures, and students trust their words. It is important that educators are able to remain neutral when it comes to politics in order to mitigate the possibility of influencing their students' beliefs. We need to teach our students how to think critically and how to articulate their own ideas versus echoing what they are told they must believe. When I was going to school, I never knew my teacher's political affiliation, much less their sexual orientation. Today is quite the opposite, with teachers openly displaying flags, posters, other political symbolism in their classrooms. Schools are for educating, not for the propagation of political agendas. When we send our children to school, we should feel secure in the fact that they are learning the fundamentals of English, math, history, and science. Wasting multiple hours a day on political activism isn't preparing our children academically for the challenges of their future careers and for adulthood. Creating a political neutrality policy would be nothing more than a common sense effort to keep our schools neutral on all issues. When we are able to remove all personal political agendas in our classrooms, that's when everyone here at AACPS will truly be united and represented.
Thank you, Ms. Prada. Katie Davis.
Good evening, Dr. Bedell, Dr. Tobin, members of the board. My name's Katie Davis. I'm a parent of 2 AACPS students. The parents' rights movement is consistent. They are consistently on the wrong side of history. They promoted McCarthyism and they fought against desegregation. Today's parents' rights movement is focused on attacking trans students, marginalizing the LGBTQ community, whitewashing U.S. history, and banning books. This August, the Anne Arundel County Public Library is teaming up with 4 local brew pubs for a fundraiser called Cheers to AACPL, Read Banned Books. Let's support these local businesses and our local libraries. October 1st through 7th is Banned Books Week, and the theme is Let Freedom Read. I hope AACPS encourages all schools and librarians to create activities for this week. The following is from an American Library Association press release yesterday. First published on June 25th, 1953, the Freedom to Read statement begins with this timeless observation. The freedom to read is essential to our democracy. It is continuously under attack. 70 years ago, fear, suspicion, and suppression fueled by McCarthyism was at a fever pitch, a serious situation that required a robust and vigorous affirmation of intellectual freedom and the constitutional protections that guard it. Today, as we grapple with a new wave of censorship targeting a wide range of expression, the Freedom to Read statement remains an important defense of the freedom to write, publish, and inquire. Our free society requires that we have the right to make up our own minds about what we choose to read and what we think of what we've read. As stated in 1953, we trust the people of this nation to make their own decisions about what they read and believe. Americans do not need others to do their thinking for them. Thank you.
Ms. Fold?
My name is Jennifer Fold. AACPS has not created safe spaces for every child. Instead, with a focus on only certain ideologies and politics, the safe spaces exist in AACPS only for those who assimilate. The personal progressive views of teachers and faculty are not only allowed to be pushed onto students, but encouraged. Whereas, just like we've seen tonight, there is absolutely no representation for conservative views or values. There is no safe space in AACPS for students with conservative views. Recently, I found dozens of photos online on social media and news outlets that included progressive symbols hanging in AACPS halls and classrooms. I did not find one photo that showed any type of conservative symbol. Obviously, this research was limited. However, I believe it is an accurate representation of what AACPS is saying to our kids. If you believe one way, you have a safe space here. You belong and we value you. If you believe another way, you are wrong and there is no room for your opinion. AACPS is telling students that diversity of thought is not valued. We have seen the evidence for the push for progressive ideology and against conservative and other ideas affect students, faculty, and administrators. Teachers have reached out to us and fear that they will be fired if they even say they are uncomfortable with the current environment. These teachers are scared they will lose their jobs if they voice a different opinion. Therefore, you will never hear from them. They will suffer in silence as AACPS continues teaching children what to think instead of how to think. Many students also do not agree with the current tone of AACPS, but they will not speak out in fear of being ostracized. Recently, a student wore a Christian shirt to school with a homemade sign on it. He was not allowed to sit in the cafeteria until he removed the sign. This may have been a dress code violation, so that's understandable, but it made me wonder if this child had worn a pride shirt with a homemade sign, would he have received the same treatment? Where are the safe spaces for other views and values? Where is the true diversity of thought, which should underpin all efforts for diversity and inclusion? Until AACPS decides to support political neutrality in schools and focus on academics, if there is a safe space for one view, there should be a safe space for all views. And all means all, even if you disagree with it.
Thank you. Ms. Nakongolo? Oh, I apologize.
Okay, so my name is LaToya Congolo, and I am here as an Anne Arundel County Public Schools mother, a mental health therapist who empowers and inspires kids across this county 6 days a week to feel good about themselves. But I want to share a personal story. So when I was in elementary school, every day we recited the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by singing My Country 'Tis of Thee. Every day I was reminded that America was just as much my country as it is anyone else's. My teachers didn't focus on me being a poor, black, fat, bald-headed girl growing up in low-income housing with a teenage mother. What they did was they challenged me to strive for academic excellence, which gave me the confidence despite what some believe are barriers to my success. And I stand here today as a business owner with 3 college degrees and a daughter who is #1 in her graduating class and most likely will be valedictorian next year. So let's just stop putting each other in boxes and respect one another as human beings and as Americans. Whether you're Christian, Muslim, Jewish, we're all Americans. Whether you're black, white, brown, we're all Americans. Whether you're LGBTQIA+ or heterosexual, we are all Americans. So I want to end with 3 suggestions. Number 1, take politics out of the classroom. Number 2, focus on academic excellence. And number 3, promote the one thing that brings us together, and I'm emphasizing us, because we are all citizens of the United States of America. Thank you.
Ms. Cornwell?
We'll now say goodnight.
Yeah.
My name is Kelly Cornwell, mother of 4. I understand that there was a statement made where a non-Black person claimed to speak for Black, brown, and marginalized people. As you can see, I am a Black woman. But what you can't see is that I'm an educated woman with an MBA, so I can adequately speak for myself. I won't say that I'm conservative because I know that that is a hot button title. However, I will claim the God that I believe you refer to in your invocation. The current policy of inclusion does not include my children in their education who are Christians. There is no safety for those who with opposing thoughts or lifestyles. The pride should be in education. However, currently only 37% of students are proficient in reading, 20% proficient in math. The focus and responsibility of AACPS should be education, not indoctrination, preparing students to become competent adults with ability to attain post-secondary education successfully. It is the responsibility of the parent to prepare their children to be honest and decent citizens. Due to the lack of education, I removed my daughter out of the school system to homeschool her. She cried when we did math together. Not because she wanted to go back to public school, but because she could not understand the grade level work she was asked to do. She is now at her appropriate math level, reading above grade level, and successful in every other course because the focus during the school day is the work. What saddens me is that my tax dollars are still going to a system that did not support her, my other children who have graduated, my family, or other students and their families. May God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit help you all.
All right, let me call. I have some other speakers to call. David Morseberger, Carrie Gillespie, Peggy Williams, Alex McGrath. Mr. Morseberger?
Hi, good evening. Definitely getting late. I'm Dave Morseberger from Davidsonville, proud graduate of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And thank you all for allowing us to speak tonight. First, Superintendent Bedell, I'm hearing great things about you after we met last time I was here, and people are really happy that you're here in Anne Arundel County. And Zach, Penn State, come on, congrats. But I mean, Maryland's got a great university, public university here.
Yeah.
So I'm here to talk about a recent New York Post article titled "Number of Teens Who Don't Enjoy Life." I mean, it was a poll presented by the University of Michigan, and I have a picture of it here, and I think I sent it in testimony. And basically, it shows in 2022 and 2023, half of the students feel, I don't do anything right and I do not enjoy life. 44% of the students feel my life is not useful. This is unacceptable and it must be dealt with. As presented in my previous testimony, students must be challenged, given an academic purpose, and must be prepared for the world after high school. You think these trends are due to things like LGBTQ and hate? They're not, because this is a recent uptick in these numbers. And when I was in school, we had hate, we had LGBTQ, but the one thing we had is teachers challenged their students. So we're back to that as the fundamentals. There appears to be a major push to transform our classrooms into something that I believe is not conducive of achieving these academic excellence. It appears to be purposely divisive in the name of inclusion, and you saw and heard that here tonight. I mean, let's get back to teaching the 3 R's so the children are prepared for their future as they graduate school. Let's create a neutral environment optimized for learning and not focus on items that divide us. Let's make Anne Arundel County Public Schools #1 in Maryland. That's where we belong.
Please summarize.
I'm done. That's where we belong.
Thank you, Mr. Morseberger. Ms. Gillespie.
I'm Carrie Gillespie, a mama bear of 4. Inclusion, diversity, acceptance. These talking points have been spoken before and by this board time and time again. Let's be honest though, those who claim to stand for these values are anything but accepting towards those of us who disagree with them ideologically. They claim to espouse inclusion while they harass, berate, and even assault us and interfere in our right to express our freedom of speech, including my own representative on this board. Worst of all, they've left us concerned for our safety and that of our children within school buildings. Imagine calling mothers who seek only to love and advocate for the best education system for our and all children racist, bigots, and a hate group. And what are these people advocating for? It seems nothing more than their personal, political, and ideological agendas. Disagreement and debate are not hatred or bigotry. They are essential to the role of democracy and a key factor in teaching our children to be critical thinkers. AACPS should strive to foster safe spaces for diversity of thought by keeping classrooms politically and ideologically neutral spaces. Otherwise, if all truly means all, the only way to be really inclusive to all voices would be to open Pandora's box, encouraging every student and teacher to provide materials to have their family's political and ideological views represented within every classroom. Would this board support, for example, a student or teacher who wanted to display pro-life materials in classrooms for them to feel safe and included? The only way to ensure true inclusion is to remove all symbols of division from all classrooms. Look around this room. You'll see those gathered here represent the rainbow of diversity within AACPS. We're moms, dads, grandparents, community members, Black, brown, and white, Christians, Muslims, atheists, men and women, and we have come together because of what unites us, our love and our concern for our children and what is going on in our children's schools in Anne Arundel County. And this beautiful rainbow of diversity is already represented in the faces of our children in every hallway and classroom in this county. The attempts to silence and degrade us do not deter us. They embolden us in our mission to empower parents, fight for parental rights within our schools, and return the focus in classrooms to where it should be on educating, not
Please
indoctrinating
summarize.
our children. These are our children, and nobody knows our children better than we do. We're just getting started. Parents here this
Thank you.
evening also
Thank
want to know
you.
where the diversity and representation of speakers
You are
that is
over
chosen
time,
to
Ms.
go before this
Gillespie.
board is.
Thank
Thank you.
Peggy Williams?
I'm here to testify on the need for political neutrality in the classroom. I know specific examples in Anne Arundel County of students being schooled in the identity and in the ideas of identity politics, and it seems like the same protected groups are the focus. My son, who has since graduated, explained to me the gist of one of his quizzes in social studies class. He was instructed to take a privilege quiz wherein he was asked to rate potential for discrimination in the topics of race, age, religion, physical disability, mental health, and gender identity, with such questions as, are people suspicious of you because of your skin color? Does the media portray your religion in a good light? Do you feel like your sexual identity is widely accepted? The students' scores were tallied at the end to see who was most privileged based on their answers. My question is, do the students feel more united at the end of this lesson or more divided based on score or which group they identified with? It seems to me that this is an underhanded tactic of pushing divisiveness onto our students. My son also told me he was not comfortable expressing his personal viewpoints for fear of ridicule by classmates. This is a terrible learning environment that just does not foster free expression and interchange of ideas. In another example in this county, a student was wearing a shirt that expressed his conservative political beliefs, as he has a right to do. He was singled out and degraded by the teacher in front of the class. All students should be able to freely express their beliefs without fear of retribution, isolation, intimidation, and embarrassment. Why was this classroom not a safe and inclusive space for them? Our young students are forming their opinions and viewpoints of the world, and there should be not this active attempt to sway them in certain directions or put the focus on what divides them, but rather what they all have in common as Americans, and get back to focusing on core academics instead of divisive politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McGrath.
Good evening. I rise to congratulate the board on its moral courage in bringing Mr. McGrath's reign of terror to an end by expelling him from this body Now, some at the Baltimore Sun might say that Dr. Bedell's unilateral decision to rescind his high school diploma was too far. I, for one, say it was not far enough. Prison time must remain on the table. What's that? He served with distinction? Zachary, I am so overwhelmingly, radially, and incredibly proud of you and your service that you did to this board. You and I both grew up in a family that valued and prized public servants, and you are a public servant in the highest order. It has filled me with nothing but pride and overwhelming joy to hear about how you have built consensus consistently and aggressively on this board. A phrase that I've heard a lot this evening is the idea of a tough act to follow. I know that I was one. But what I want to say publicly and in front of everyone is that some of the professional staff might remember how desperately I wanted to be the student member of the board, and that didn't happen for me. But you did better than I ever could have, and I mean that with such sincerity. The maturity that you brought to this role, the fact that you made it such that everyone here respects you and takes you seriously, shows a wealth of courage and devotion that I know that you possessed and that is unusually common. I'd like to address my final remaining comments to the video, and I'd like for you to return to it. One of the things that has been so impressive is the moral rectitude and seriousness in which you have taken the duties of which you have undertaken this public service. As you progress in life, I know that moral compromise and the idea of just doing things to get them done will continue. I'll ask the board a little bit of indulgence. Thank you. Zachary, no matter how hard I or any member of my family has needled, you have refused to compromise even the slightest bit of intrigue from the private sessions. I ask every other board member in your intimate relationships, have you been able to uphold such an exhausting standard as my brother has? He is so serious about ethics and integrity, and that is something that as you continue in public service, because I do anticipate that our community will once again call upon you to serve, that I so desperately hope that you will recall this current service in which you gave, in which you stood for something, and you continue to stand. I commend my comments to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. We won't have it.
Will be speaking on health and wellness for students, implementing diabetes testing on annually shot records. Ms. Mackey.
Good evening. I'm Sakithia Mackey. I am the founder of Jelena Treasures, which was a private foundation that was implemented in 2022. After the passing of my niece, she was 7 at the time. She passed from type 1 diabetes. My family and I were so passionate about making sure that this, potentially doesn't happen to another student. So we proposed to revisit the documents that are required for students submitted annually for physicals and things like that. Youth are not tested for diabetes. As of now, I'm currently working with the senator to pass a bill. But in the meantime, we would like to educate parents so we can maybe revisit the healthcare in schools and have them to provide more information as far as type 1 diabetes in particular, but diabetes as a whole, and also educate them on the urgency of getting their child tested for the diabetes. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mackey, and that does conclude our virtual testimony this evening.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us to
Move to
section
adjourn.
8. Motion to adjourn? Second? Someone?
Second.
Okay. Do I get dissent? No. Okay. Good night, everyone. Thank you.